Hello, dear chess friends. We are here for the last round of the fourth Women Grand Prix tournament here in Nicosia, and it's actually the last time that I'm saying that. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich, and I'm here together with Grandmaster Alik Gershon. Alik, I don't know how did it happen, but time flies, and we reached the end of the tournament. So it's the last round today, the 9th round, and everything is going to be decided. Are you
Unbelievable.
happy about it or not happy?
Mixed feelings, yeah.
Mixed feelings
on one
always.
hand, yeah, it's happy because it's an enormous event and very important last round. Of course, we'll have many games between the leaders. But it's always a little bit sad. The end of the tournament is a little bit sad.
Like small deaths, they say, yes.
Exactly.
Like every tournament, when it finishes, you feel a little bit like, on one hand, you will go home, and it's nice feeling. But on the other hand, like you really like what you're doing, and this event was really exciting. So nevertheless, let's not cry yet. It's going to be an interesting
Still have
round.
exactly.
Exactly. So I hope our viewers are ready for the culmination, the most important round. And if you were following the whole event, of course, it's really interesting for you what will happen today. First of all, let's check the standings and remember who is leading, who has any chance to fight for the top places. And first of all, the leader of the tournament.
We have two, Anna Muzychuk and Jiner on 5.5 out of 8 rounds already, and they are followed. They have a gap of 1 point, and they are followed by Aleksandra Goryachkina, Mariya Muzychuk, and Harika Dronavalli with 4.5 points each. This is what's most important for our tournament standings for now. But there are, of course, more players. There is Nana Dzagnidze with 50%, 4 points. And we have on 3.5 points, we have Divya Deshmukh, who finally scored her first win yesterday. And we have Elisabeth Paehtz, Stavroula Tsolakidou and Olga Badelka with 3 points, and Elisabeth Paehtz with 2 points so far.
Yes. Wasn't a successful tournament for Elisabeth, but still, you know, you never know what will happen in the last round. It would be nice always to finish on a good note, but she's playing against Divya today, as you can see on our screens. Jiner, one of the leaders, is playing against Nana Dzagnidze, who definitely has also some goals in this tournament still. And Olga Badelka plays against Stavroula Tsolakidou. Harika Dronavalli plays against Anna Muzychuk. So Anna has black pieces, not like Jiner, who has white pieces in her game.
Exactly.
And Mariya Muzychuk will play against Aleksandra Goryachkina, who is the leader of the whole Grand Prix series for the moment. So everything will be decided today. And Alik, do you have some ideas like what will happen in case of, let's say, draw, if someone would lose? Like did you think about it?
Yeah, I did think about it. And you know, apart from the Grand Prix points, which are very important for the overall standings, there are also very substantial money prizes here. So the players will want to fight, of course, for as much as they can get. And the main intrigue here, I think, is what will Jiner do and what will Anna Muzychuk do, because superficially draw would be okay for both of them. And neither of them wants to lose, because that would be very bad for their chances in the overall Grand Prix. And another interesting point is what will happen in Mariya Muzychuk against Aleksandra Goryachkina, because that's also very important for Goryachkina not to lose today, because if she loses, it jeopardizes her chances in the overall standing to be one of the top 2. But she's playing with black against Mariya Muzychuk, so it's not easy.
And it's not easy at all, and also I think Mariya will try to use white pieces in order to at least get some maybe chances to win this game, because if she wins today, perhaps she'll have chances to be on the 3rd place, and in some possibilities she could even catch 2nd place. So everything is in her hands.
And she helps her sister very much,
yes,
right,
exactly.
in the overall standings. So.
Exactly. So we will see what will happen today. I had dinner together with the chief arbiter of the tournament, Takis Nikolopoulos, which is very useful, especially before the last round, when you want to remember everything about tie breaks. And he told me that actually the funniest thing is that the tie breaks, it's actually interesting what's going on in this event. If Anna Muzychuk and Jiner share, let's say, the 1st place. In this case, Grand Prix points will be shared between them, same as prizes. But if she wants to get the cup, then the tiebreaks criteria will be needed to consider. But right now, let's go to the playing hall. As we can see now, the leader on our screen, Jiner. We will have live from the playing hall today.
Oh.
That's great because everything will be decided, and perhaps we will even get some comment from the player if we have this chance. So let's jump to the playing venue.
From the Hilton Nicosia, from the Cyprus Women's Grand Prix. This is the final round. The stage is set, the players are ready, the boards are ready, arbiters are ready. We're going to say hello to one of the players. Stavroula. Hello. What are your feelings for this last round, this last game in Cyprus?
Well, my tournament didn't go so great, but that's okay. I really enjoyed playing in this tournament. It's such a strong tournament, and I was very lucky, and I'm very grateful to have played in this Grand Prix series. And the organization was great. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Alik, Nastia, over to you guys.
Michael Rochal, the press officer of FIDE in this tournament, and it was really nice to get this comment from Stavroula. Seems like everyone is in a good mood right now. Once again, she's playing against Olga Badelka in the last round. And I was talking about actually the tie breaks, so tie breaks we need only to identify who is like kind of winner of the tournament, who will get the cup. And in this case, we are going to.
Everybody's clapping?
Yes, it's just to speak about this. So everybody's clapping. Perhaps the first move will be performed.
Yeah, and Stavroula and Olga, we see them today. They've been spending all their dinners and breakfasts together, right? So they're really good friends, and now they have to face each other in the last round.
So now we see the first move, and on our screens we can see the general manager of Hilton Nicosia, Evros Stylianou. Sorry for my pronunciation. It was a difficult Greek name, but in any case, it's great to see him performing this first move because we enjoyed really our time here in Hilton Nicosia. I'm sure the players also were happy with the accommodation and the food here. Really nice hotel.
For the second time already, it's a really pleasure to be here. And
so
we are all set for what matters most here, right? The last round.
Exactly, yes. And I see that today, actually, yes, we have to remember that Stavroula Tsolakidou has a birthday today. So huge congratulations.
Maybe that was the clapping.
Yes, so that was, now we can understand yes, what happened. Yes, so our congratulations for the strongest player from Greece. Very, very talented player. Still, of course, we wish her to have beautiful games in the future and also all the best. I'm sure today, today will be some kind of a celebration. Her friends are preparing a surprise for her, a cake and everything. But yeah, but she doesn't hear us. It's good news. Yes, so we can talk about it, but please don't tell her.
You just ruined everything. Yeah?
Yes, maybe. Yes. No, but perhaps yes. I didn't think about it. Maybe she doesn't know. But anyway, first of all, she would like to. She needs to play this game on her birthday, and it's how we can discuss it, right? I mean, the fact that when you play the game on your birthday, you don't want to ruin it, yes, by losing.
Definitely not.
Yes. Also, Olga is in a difficult position right now, no?
Yes, obviously. So, what's your score on your birthdays, Nas?
I don't think even I played ever on my birthday. I don't remember. I don't recall. Maybe I decided to forget it. Maybe I lost something and I just decided, okay, let's not keep bad memories. No, I don't remember. What about you?
I also don't remember.
You don't remember.
So maybe I'm blocking. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, but I remember Magnus' birthdays for some reason.
Yeah, well,
that's funny.
that we do. Yeah.
Because he always plays these World Championship matches on. He was playing. I mean, the World Championship matches on November, and we always had somehow his birthday during the match. I remember, of course, yes, I remember the match from New York when he played against Sergey, and on this final day, on his birthday, he managed to win the match.
To win
and
the tie breaks, yeah, it was
the last game, if you remember.
Queen
still,
H6.
exactly, this Queen H6
the best prize you can give yourself, right?
For your birthday, exactly. Yes. So Tsolakidou, Stavroula turning 25 today. What a great age, yes, to play chess, to enjoy life, and just to to do what you like to do.
Okay, so we have another slightly unorthodox H3 move. So Olga is surprising her opponent a little bit out of the opening.
You mean this move H3?
Yes. Although it has been played quite a few times already, so again, black has many. Even in this tournament, right? We had knight c6, and but I don't recall in which game it was. And the point being, by playing h3, white wants at some point to take black's. Well, black normally plays on the king side, right? But white sometimes by playing h3 and g4, white wants to take over the initiative on the king side.
Exactly. So also maybe it's against with the idea to put the bishop on e3, so knight will not jump.
That's one of That's one of the
later.
ideas that
Yes.
to prepare a nice landing for the bishop on e3. Absolutely.
And
So it's very interesting to see how Stavroula reacts to this.
yeah, she takes some time to understand what to do next, and let's jump.
Let's jump to one of our leaders. Anna Muzychuk is playing with black against Harika Dronavalli. So for Anna, we haven't discussed it yet, but for Anna, it's a very tricky situation because she's playing against Harika with black. Harika will probably try to push without taking too much risk, but she will want to get some nice advantage using the extra pressure that Anna has in the tournament situation, because for her, and I read a few scenarios for the overall standings in the Grand Prix. So if Anna, for instance, loses today, and she's not one of the top two then, or at least she will share the second place. Even winning the last event, which is by no means very easy to do, will not guarantee her one of the top two squares, one of the top two places in the tournament. So Anna really needs to either draw or win today.
Yeah.
And Harika, of course, because she's in third shared place, she also wants to win if she can, and then she will tie for second.
Yes,
so.
exactly. I mean, she will have like +2 in this case scenario. So
And Anna will be +2 as well. So she
well.
catches she catches up with Anna, and
so actually Harika probably will try to use this chance.
Absolutely.
It's not like draw. Draw is not guaranteed in this game at
No,
all.
not at
It's
all.
going to be
Not
a
at
big
all.
fight, it seems. And
what is-
even the opening shows that players choose something which is not symmetrical, and both have chances for a fight.
Yeah, and
Today,
and
I'm
that's-
expecting a big fight actually.
It's a very great way if you want to play for a win. So there are two schools, right? If
Okay.
you want to play,
Let's
we will
talk
not
about
call it win on demand, but if you want to, let's pretend that Harika needs to win this game.
Yes.
So there are two schools. One says that, okay, you go for a very principled variation. You try to find some either strong novelty or surprise your opponent and get a big advantage from the very get-go. The other one says, no, you don't. You just get some very long game and let your opponent, kind of boil in those nerves, and you go for a very, very, very long game and try to outplay your opponent. Eventually, when the nerves starts to talk and
Yes, so I don't know who's more nervous today in this game. And actually, Anna proved that she plays very well even under some pressure. Like yesterday, we could see what was happening. She was spending so much time in the opening. She was surprised at the beginning of the game, but still she coped with the pressure and even managed to outplay Elisabeth Paehtz, which was a really important point to fight for the victory in this event. So. This is important quality to be able to perform well under stress. Of course, under stress in the last round. Let's not forget that always the ability to play in the last round well. It's like I mean, can be crucial sometimes.
It's a skill
right?
by itself, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, we can remember also even the World Championship matches. We can remember even final game between Gukesh and Ding. So the pressure is enormous. It's really something different from all the previous rounds. And of course, players need. I mean, and also imagine that you played for so many days. Of course, you are tired, and you understand that the finish is actually visible. So still be ready to fight and put all your strengths. It's important. I mean, sleep well before the round. Still rest. Be able to keep the energy. Come in time for the last round. Not forget about.
Don't forget that it's 1 hour early, and this actually. Even this 1 hour, it breaks your routine a little bit.
Of course, it does, yes. And but it's very usual practice in such events because normally we have the closing ceremony and it cannot be at 10 o'clock, right? So that's why the organizers normally move the last round at least for 1 or 2 hours. Like it's usual practice, but I agree with you. It changes a little bit the situation. And I mean, I could see also the stress. Like, I remember, Alik, I was telling you, like, we were chatting first days with Anna. This was very normal. Now I can see even the way they behave. I can see on the faces so much stress and that they know that everything is important. And they try not even to spend energy for all these small talks. And so I'm also trying not to even interfere because it's, like, very clear how much that players try to keep everything or every minute of their energy.
Absolutely. So, and also because you have less energy left, and because every move, the weight of every move really rises here. And shall we move to the chessboard?
Yes, of course.
So,
and this knight h6.
Knight h6 looks, it is a surprise, obviously, and we can see on Harika's posture that she is surprised, because that's not a normal, not the place you normally think about taking your knight out, right?
Exactly, but I think knight would like to come to f5 and support d4 pawn.
Exactly. So having the pawn on d4 and anticipating that white will eventually play something like d3 and e3, so all of a sudden the knight on f5 makes a lot of sense, right?
So I'm just, of course, I started to look for some lines here, and I know d3 maybe can be principal, like asking questions if the knight wants to move immediately to f5 or not, or can play move like g6 still. But okay, let's
probably.
Check
So I totally agree with you. So g6 is one move that we should consider, right? Because we don't want to take on h6 with the pawn. We want to be able to recapture with the bishop.
With the bishop, yes. So like supporting this knight, but
and g7 is a normal square for the bishop, I think.
Yeah, but maybe then white had like bishop g5 also asking questions, because in this case you don't play bishop b7 because knight is hanging. So actually, what do you do in this situation? Because like queen d6, then bishop f6.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
So a little bit tricky.
Not
right?
ideal.
So maybe g6.
And if you have to play f6, then probably something went wrong.
Yes. It feels not right somehow. I mean, maybe playable, but doesn't feel right. Another variation I was checking just very quickly, that if you play knight f5 here, seems like white has something like g4, just to show it, and knight h4. It feels like you have bishop g5 to make a double attack, but of course you don't. I just want to show it why you don't have it, because it's check first. And after that, the black will just take the bishop. Yes, this is how you can lose
I
very
jumped
quickly.
because knight g5,
Yes.
bishop g5 is something that would suit me to suggest. You know, so.
No, just because it can be
Look at
tempting.
it! Look at this move.
Knight a3. Wow.
So she says, you know, if you can play knight h6, why can't I play knight a3, right?
Yes, so I heard that knights normally they go towards the center. This is what I heard when I started to play chess. So something is a little bit
Makes you
different.
question yourself, yeah.
Yes, so it's how the game is developing here. And I also heard that knights on the edge of the board are not really good ones, huh?
Yeah, there is a Russian saying, right? So,
I think Taras said this, yes. So you never put the knight on the... But okay, these knights, of course,
yeah,
will
because
move.
obviously the knight, you kind of take half of the knight's options by placing it on the edge of the board.
On h3, yes, but so something went wrong, and I wouldn't recommend our viewers to play it in every game. Something like that, like knight h3 or knight h6. Normally, knights they go this way, yes, towards the center, yes.
But when you know somebody is a professional, so first we learn the rules, and then we learn how to break them, right?
Yes,
When you can
everywhere,
break them. Yeah.
everywhere we do it. Yes, also in life, but in life, I mean, it can create some troubles for you if you don't know why you are doing this, why you are breaking the rules. Same in chess, like you should know why you're actually breaking the rules here. You need to have a good reason for that, and it seems like both players still know what they are doing. But maybe move knight e3 also could confuse now Anna. So I'm trying to guess who is surprised more
Yeah,
in this
definitely.
game.
But actually, as funny as it might sound, but they both are targeting this D square, square, right? The
Yes.
D4 square, which makes so a knight on C2. It makes a lot of sense because
Yes.
first of all, let's not forget it. It was the only square available to this knight at this point.
Yeah.
And
But normally I would expect knight to go through D2.
yeah,
yes, but
that would be normal, boring
development.
yeah.
Yes. No boring chess today. No, it's gonna be creative.
But knight on c2 actually does a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
So it also puts some pressure on d4, as we established, and also supports a3 and b4. So if we want to, right? So if we want to play on the queen side, it's interesting. But of course,
I also think there are some ideas with e3 sometimes at certain point. I mean, after you put the knight on c2, could be some ideas
yes,
with
yes.
I mean, after d3,
But
e3.
d3 important to play
Yes,
with d3. So for instance,
and then you kind of make this.
so let's say we play something like that. Knight goes to f5, then knight goes to c2. And
Some
for
e4,
instance,
e3.
for instance, if castle, then even if4.
e4
yes.
is possible, yes. So
And if take,
you sometimes stick with the
even
pawn,
with
yes.
the pawn,
The
right?
pawn.
And you have some good center in this position. So and the knight on c2 here it's very organic, right? Because it overprotects the pawn on e3, supports d4, and as we
E4,
said,
yes.
also supports b4 later on. So a very interesting setup by Harika, and let's see what Anna will do. We can jump to our other leader in the meanwhile.
Yes,
What if?
Jiner, of course. So once again, in case of the tie for the first place, in order to get the cup to win the tournament, we have like tie-break system. And the funny thing that the first tie-break was how many black.
Oh, so there will be no tie-break games, no rapid
tie-break.
or
No,
something.
it's
Okay.
just the tie-break system. So the first criteria was how many games with black you've played. So it turned out that both players had the same amount. So they're in the first half of the table. So drawing of lots could decide basically the outcome.
Oh.
At the beginning of the tournament, right? So, but it's kind of fair. Let's say that. I mean, some people believe, most actually of the players, that if you have 5 white pieces and 4 black, you have some small advantage,
Absolutely.
right? So this was the first criteria, which again, everybody can still argue and have different arguments, but this is how it's written. And Sonnenberg is the second criteria, and I've heard from Takis Nikolopoulos yesterday that Anna has a better one for the moment. Maybe it will also influence the way players will perform in this.
I'm not sure she has enough room in her house for the trophy, for another trophy.
Yes, it's a good point, but I don't think she would mind.
Yeah,
to
of
have,
course.
To have one more. So
That's something you cannot have too many of, right?
no, never, ever. So
Okay.
what about the position?
So, Zhu is actually, we have a Sicilian, which is, and look at this, Nana keeps playing a6. So,
D5, right?
and now
away.
we see, yeah, and now we see the point of this whole setup is that black wants to create a counterplay on the queen side very fast without even taking this knight out to f6, because after knight f6, there are many ideas that white has threatening to play e5, and black needs to sometimes play either queen c7 or d6, and you can argue that at some points it could be a waste of time. But here, black is very fast in trying to create counterplay. White, on the other hand, it seems that Jiner is very well prepared for this because she hasn't spent almost any time so far. And now look at this. So knight c6, we exchange and rook e1. And it's very custom in these lines that one of the unpleasant ideas that white might have
Here is knight d5.
is to play
It's
knight
very
d5. Even
typical, but
now it's even it's like an ideal setup because we even win the piece immediately back. But sometimes even if there is no piece to win back, so for instance, if we go here and let's say knight d5. This is, of course, not forced, but I just want to make a point. So white is a piece down now, but after, for instance, black doesn't have. Now black even cannot keep the piece.
Exactly.
Keep the piece, but even so, I am unable to make this work. But let's say black even could just waste some time. Okay. Let's
Knight
say that
b6.
black could, but
I'm
I want to say that
Yes.
if black could run away with the king, even here, white oftentimes has enough compensation for the piece because the king is really stuck for a very, very long time in the center, and the white starts attacking from all kinds of angles and spots, and
I
the
see
queen
even
goes
queen
in.
h5. Yes,
Exactly,
can be
exactly.
Quite
So,
unpleasant, yes.
and it's very difficult sometimes to play with black. It's kind of a very long-term compensation. So rook e1 is understandably a threat, but Nana played a knight e7, and now Jiner is thinking. So Nana is blitzing out. She's obviously still in her prep.
Yeah, so knight d5 now is not working that well because you can take, I think.
Yeah, and
Yes.
now you probably take even,
I mean, with knight you can take if you want to win a pawn. I'm not sure.
or even like
Like this
that. So
bishop
if
takes,
you
yes.
if you are able to keep your castling rights and still win then
Get the
the
get
knight,
the piece, yes.
then you're probably very well. Okay, so but bishop e3, and white wants to have a normal
Development.
development, normal game. Then the queen can go either to h3 like this. You could place, but
I'm not sure about
but
the
I think
bishop
that
e3. I don't know why I don't like it. Like maybe I could play a little bit like more straightforward. Some ideas like with e5. I'm thinking about like now black has like needs to spend some time for development. I mean, again, I'm not sure 100%, but can I take an advantage of the fact that black is still like not developed that well?
Yeah,
Or
I'm not sure how undeveloped black is actually, because if you play e5,
I mean, it's a commitment, yes. And I
it's
mean,
a commitment, and for instance, a move like knight g6, which is normally what
Yeah.
we would like to do with black.
no, like a 4. Or it's too much. No,
Four,
then bishop
it could
c5
be,
check,
yeah.
yes.
So for
no.
instance, look, this could be very double-edged now, right?
Yes,
If-
now knight h4 is jumping. Yes, just-
h4 still you can make an argument that white is still fine here, but you know, and especially if your opponent is so well prepared, so
Yeah,
unless you have prepared it as well.
I'm not sure. I mean, 100% what to do right now. Maybe we can think about it together. But like, I have feeling that White should do something quickly. And
But I agree with you. You know,
but I don't know exactly like what exactly. But I have feeling that yes, it's important moment.
so maybe
how you
I would
develop
consider
pieces.
maybe a 4 here.
Right away. Yes, not to put this rook
Yeah.
on e1 and just get as much space as possible.
But again, you need to calculate stuff because there's before you have to
this
go
before
to
is like
e2
important.
with
Counterpoint.
knight. You know, oftentimes, well, you will not like it, but I will show it anyway. So, oftentimes, this might be a move that you want to make just to make sure you keep your knight on c3, and then you want to push f4. But actually, you also need to be careful because black often wants to just play d5, and if we are able to exchange,
No, but here I will take, and then you will. What you will do
I will take
with the
probably.
bishop? Yes, but then I have your bishop, and I have two
Yeah,
bishops,
you'll
right?
have two bishops. That's
Yes.
I cannot argue. I want to, but I can't argue with that. That's probably not enough. Yeah, you're right. So.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Just I'm not 100% sure, but it seemed like yes, maybe White had could create something at this moment. Because I still, let's understand, maybe she, after bishop b3, she wants something clear. But I mean, like, you put rook on e1, then bishop b3, maybe she protects against bishop c5 ideas or queen b6. Maybe this is the point, but like...
it feels that she wants to have a normal... So, for instance, you know, it might be that she asks black, how do you play now?
Yeah, so if like knight g6...
So, if knight g6, now we might consider knight e5 maybe, with the idea of bishop b6. This is a threat. And if you take, then we obviously take. You cannot take back because of
bishop b6,
bishop b6
or
or g5. Maybe b6 is better. Game over.
Yep.
And if you play
Bishop
something like
e7.
bishop e7, then, as you said, so we can at least have
Two
this
bishops.
position, this great position, right?
Yeah.
Those bishops are fantastic. It's big advantage for white.
So maybe there is a hidden idea here. Yes, knight d5
So,
after
yeah.
knight g6.
So and
Now I like
we
it
are
more.
asking, we're asking what you want to do because you need to do something with your knight, right?
What about d5 right away?
Exactly. So d5 is something we have to
Because if black
consider.
can somehow simplify position and perhaps equalize it somewhere here, then it's actually not bad for black.
Absolutely agree.
Because I didn't like d5 before, but now with knight on e7 supporting
You like it
d5.
more?
Like, and also d4 is a threat, perhaps.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's a threat.
So I've been thinking about this move, but I'm not sure.
Yes, it's like
So you want to play d4?
I can
want
take
to
on
take.
e3 even. Maybe then with check on f2.
If you take on e3, take, you take, I take. What's this?
I don't know, queen b6 also.
b6, and why is black even worse? here?
Yes, I'm not sure about
you're
that.
Sure. You're absolutely
Then
right.
you
Okay.
take.
So this is no a4. It's not a move. Let's take. Let's say we take.
So knight
Then you
takes.
take. Yeah. And
now white needs to do something quickly because I
Yes.
just will develop my pieces, run away perhaps.
let's say we make
Well, queen
such a
h5.
strange move. I'm not sure about this move.
Yeah,
My-
you are like defending against bishop c5 in some lines, right?
well,
Somehow.
my idea is basically
Take.
to threaten rook takes e6 here.
Mhm.
And claim that you don't have a very easy way to defend. Because
to
bishop
develop
e7 I
and also-
still take.
Mhm.
And
agree.
if g6 I have something like queen e5
e5.
probably, right? Getting away with it. And I want to play rook e1. And then now all the moves that white played actually start to make sense, right?
Yeah, maybe it's not
And
easy
if you
to
play
defend.
G6,
Yes.
then Queen E5. So
this rook on
it's a bit.
So if I don't take on E3,
You don't have to take on
yes,
E3 there,
if I don't, if Queen
unfortunately.
H5, maybe even on C3 and then Bishop B7.
Yeah, but if you take
But then,
here,
yes, it looks a little bit scary. Yes, this
exactly.
queen-
So you don't really want to castle.
No, and we know how the bishops, how dangerous.
Exactly,
the bishops
you know,
are.
and
Queen
then
D5 though.
Yeah, Queen
Yes, I
D5.
think I
That's
have Queen
something that
D5.
in the previous line I was taking
Care of it, yes.
because of the knight, but now, but maybe we still, by sheer luck, I managed to escape the exchange.
Interesting.
So also attack this, and Bishop B4 is very annoying, I think.
Yeah, but very. It's kind of crazy position, I would say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not your main, I mean, not the first thing that you think of, but you kind of need to consider it, right?
Yes.
What else?
Oh, Queen H5 is like tricky move. Yes, it's like something what I was looking forward to, how to take advantage of the fact that black is not developed, yes, and create threats right away.
Another move, by the way, that white can often play. So here white has even Queen G4, trying to prevent us from developing, and then maybe Bishop D4 will come, and now you have to be ready, to kind of go all out, like this street fight with H5, H4, and everything's flying. So that might be interesting, and for Jiner, it might be a good opportunity to take the trophy.
Yeah, actually, after Queen H5, one more idea was Knight F6, maybe to go back with the knight, which I didn't consider.
I managed to scare you. Yes.
Yes. For example, it's here on D5 with the knight on D5.
D5, take.
Now just trying
Queen
to
H5,
kind of
Knight
kill all
F6,
your
yes?
ideas, yes, if possible. Just like in the worst case.
Okay, but now, for instance, if we place the queen on H3, we are happy to have it here. And for instance, if you play something like Bishop E7, we can maybe even play
Bring
Rook
Rook
D1, right? Preventing castle still because of this check.
And if I play Queen C7 or something
If you play
like
Queen
that,
C7, then maybe we can even play something like Bishop D4.
again preventing the castling because Bishop F6 will be...
Exactly, with checkmate.
Yeah, I must say there are some issues. Yes, you have to solve like H6. You have to play or like G6, but it's not something what you would like to do.
Yes, and we still and white still has Bishop E5 attacking your queen. Where do you go? And then some jumps somewhere. I don't know. Maybe Queen G3 attacking this pawn. So there are.
So actually, Nana is thinking not without the reason. Like after we checked all these lines, we can kind of make a confession that this position is not that easy.
Absolutely,
for black.
Sicilian is never easy.
Yes, and you need to find a precise way, either maybe to equalize it after D5, or maybe play B4, or maybe continue development. But yeah, I mean, white has some knight D5 jumps then.
Yeah,
so
okay.
maybe before first.
Before first, it makes a lot of sense because that's the whole idea of black setup, right? To kind of play it fast.
So now knight D5 we discovered with you it's not a good idea. So knight goes to E2.
Probably to E2.
So now do I have time to either D5 or play knight G6, like more stable, and finish my development?
I think both.
Yes.
Both are fine. I'm not sure which one is better. Yeah, maybe even this. And now the rook on E1 kind of is misplaced, but the knight on D4. On the other end, the knight is very well placed on D4, and this might be a weakness. So also before, it's not such an automatic move because, as in everything in life, you have pros and cons. Yeah. Okay, let's let
players think about
Nana
this position.
Think a little bit, yeah. And we go to Olga against.
We have Mariya Muzychuk.
Sorry, let's go to Mariya's game against Aleksandra Goryachkina. Wow, it's almost an endgame already. Let's see. They blitzed out 21 moves already. Wow. So your favorite.
Perhaps no time trouble
Your
in this game.
favorite, Berlin.
Yep.
It's a very, very known line.
That's
There
why
are
they're
some-
blitzing the moves.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
There's
they're
some-
blitzing. There are some forcing draws here at some point, if players wanted, but I don't think they want. So, yeah, we exchanged many pieces, and basically black is saying that okay, you have an isolated pawn. White says, yeah, but I have a slight advantage, right? Because my pieces are slightly more active. Because I have also, which is important, we have light square bishops and not dark square bishops. So my bishop is good enough, right? And you cannot really put a lot of pressure on d4, even though we don't have so many pieces. And I control, for now, the only open file. And this is
and put some pressure on
some
f7,
pressure on
yes.
f7, right?
Exactly, yes. And just to speak a little bit about the outcome of this game, like in case of a draw, they will share, let's say, who knows which place, maybe third place.
Well, let's assume that Zhu draws, Anna draws, and
Harika. Yes, so Harika with Anna draws. Yes, so in this case, they will share the third place. And how many points Aleksandra will get?
Yeah, so I do. So Aleksandra will end up with 296 points overall. Now she has 236.
So she will get only 60 points or 71 points. Yes, 71 points.
Or even less.
Yeah, less because it will be still less than
300.
Because
third to fifth place. So the points go like that. So we have 130 for the first place, 105 for the second, 85 for third, 70, then 60, 50, and so on.
Exactly.
So if they share a third to fifth, it's 130 plus 85. That's math I cannot do, but it's about 220 points. So it's around 70 points each, and then Aleksandra would have 308 points.
Something like this. So more than 300 points. So this will be her last tournament, and then she will say like, "Okay, good luck catching me."
Yeah, but and that's important because, for instance, if we look at Tan Zhongyi, who is number 2 now, she's technically number 3, but Bibisara played all 3 tournaments already. So if we have maybe the current standings, we can talk about it a little bit.
So maybe you can show us the current standing
in
of
Grand Prix,
overall Grand Prix series. Yes, the table we are actually checking now on our table. Why not to check it live? Yes. So just to see that Aleksandra is leading right now and that Bibisara is like on the second position. So just a little bit discuss the overall situation.
So a draw for Aleksandra would mean that she goes above 300 players. There we go.
Yeah,
so we see that she has 236 points now, and Tan Zhongyi has 170, and she has another tournament to play. So if Goryachkina has, after this tournament, more than 300 points, then Tan Zhongyi cannot catch her.
Yes, because she will get only maximum 130, and it's not enough. Yes.
And that means that the only 2 players that can overtake her are Zhu and Anna Muzychuk.
If they win,
share the so Zhu needs to score. Zhu has 2 more tournaments to play. And that's a lot. But Anna will have only one more tournament to play, and she will have, in case she draws, she will have 190 points. So that means that Anna will need to win her last tournament
in order to catch up.
Or but she plays in the same tournament that Zhu plays. So they
only
kind
of them,
compete, but Zhu could possibly, even if she takes 2 second places, theoretically they could overcome Goryachkina, but it will be very difficult for her to do.
Yeah.
I mean, for this, she must not lose today. If she wins, she practically she, she I think maybe
Guarantees,
even guarantees.
guarantees more or less the first
But
position.
if she loses, then it's all of a sudden it's an open race because Tan Zhongyi can overcome her, and Anna Muzychuk can overcome him, and Jiner can overcome him, and even maybe Mariya, who wins. If she wins, she can catch up with her. So very important not to lose for Aleksandra.
And actually for Mariya Muzychuk, maybe again the victory in this game, it's like her last kind of chance again to fight for something in this Grand Prix series, because in case of victory, she may either take the third place, which gives you 85 points,
Right,
or maybe catch the second place, depending on the result of Anna's game and Jiner.
yeah.
I hope you can understand what we're talking about, because the system seems to be a bit complicated, even though once you understand the idea, it's very easy. So all players, they have right to play in 3 events out of 6. More scores they make, better for them. That's it, you know. And also, it's not only about these 2 sports in the candidates tournament, it's also about the additional prizes each player can get for the overall result in 3 events. So more points you gain, better prize you get at the end of the season.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's a very good.
It's a good motivation for all of them. Do you like the position of Mariya here? Like,
well, I think she got what she wanted. So it's a riskless game for her. Although, you know, there is no true riskless position, right? We saw yesterday in Olga's endgame against Divya.
yeah, this was
It seemed
crazy.
as risk-free as it goes for Black, but eventually, you know, by combination of some mistakes by Black and good play by Divya, she managed to lose it.
Yeah, but again, this position was still kind of very sharp and complicated. Many pieces on the board in this ending, you know, 2 bishops. But now it's like I think a little bit more like clear what's going on. And you remember how well Aleksandra Goryachkina played with. Isolated pawn against Nana Dzagnidze at the very beginning of the round. Now she's playing against the isolated pawn. By playing well, I mean that it felt that Nana may have some chances, but suddenly Aleksandra managed to defend so well. And now we look at the screen and we see the head-to-head between them, pretty level, 4 draws.
Yeah, but Mariya did win 1 game, and she didn't lose any. So that's some added pressure on Black here, and you know,
good sign for Mariya.
Yeah.
I would say that it's better to play against the opponent. You have still plus score, even the small one. Yeah, and
so let's
Queen is
think.
3.
How do we play here with Black?
because it's Black to play right now.
That's one of the reasons why we play.
I think it's a good
It's
idea.
the main reason why we want to play as Black here. So, for instance, we need to, as you told us, right? You need to check captures and checks.
Yes.
There are no checks.
Not me who created this great idea, but at least I remind
Some
about it from time to time. Let's check some captures first,
Captures.
and then let's say go for some other lines. Yeah. So what if we capture the rook? Then I think we take with the pawn. No?
Exactly. That's the first reaction, to take with the pawn. But now the more I look at it, this might be also very interesting. Although, no, probably not enough, right? Because if you take, so my idea was that we might be in time to put a lot of pressure here, but maybe not. Something like that. What do you say?
Like what to play? Rook d1
Maybe
is
rook
still
d1.
possible.
And now, for instance, bishop e6 would
Not
take,
good.
and it's a big advantage for white, because you cannot recapture with the rook, and this is just dream.
For white, this is how you can lose even simple ending.
And so what do you play? Bishop e5 or bishop c8? The infamous...
Square.
um,
I don't know, maybe. Okay, bishop c8, let's see.
let's play the Naroditsky. Yeah?
Yes.
So she didn't take, by the way. Yeah, and
No,
we'll
she played
explain
move
why she
b6,
played
yes.
b6.
Because
It's probably not enough, right? So black will come here,
King f8, king
and
b7.
then bishop e6, and it should be okay. So we don't take with the queen. We would probably, if we but it's important to understand for both players what happens if we exchange, right?
So now actually a7 is hanging.
Exactly.
So what to do? Play queen b8?
Or play b6 before you take on d5, right?
Yes, exactly. Like queen b8 doesn't look really attractive. And if you try to play like queen e7, then we take queen takes c5, but we take on b7, also defending b2 pawn and threatening the bishop. Everything is under control for white.
Absolutely.
Pawn up.
So you don't do that.
No.
And Aleksandra prepares with b6.
Yeah. I have a feeling that the draw is like the most possible result.
Definitely.
Because like from what they've done in the opening, also both of them they know position very well. On the other hand, still Mariya will play it and try to get some chances maybe for some time.
Okay, let's, how do we, so as white we want to maybe put some more pressure.
And play a rook e1.
On the other hand, if we understand that black wants to just take, then rook e1 doesn't really help us a lot. Maybe we have a more useful move.
No, actually, I was thinking about move like queen g3, just for fun.
Yeah, I
to show you
know.
what was my idea. If you play like h6, I don't know, something simple, then I take on e8. And if you, now the queen is hanging, so you should take on g3, but I have this intermediate check on f8 and I win a rook. But
there
again,
is a drawback, yeah?
But Aleksandra doesn't need to blunder all this. So after queen g3,
And she can take it.
she can take on d4, yes. And who's playing for victory here? Good question now.
I think no question here is playing anymore. But I love what Anna did. So she says, I don't need to play rook e1 because you want to take on e5 anyway. Why don't I make a useful move to make a luft for the king, right? And now, if you take, where do you go?
Yeah, still it's a bit passive position for
Because
black.
my
right?
next move, I want to place the rook on d1 and keep putting pressure on you.
Should I play like queen e7,
Yeah, queen e7, rook d1.
rook d1, and then like
Maybe
bishop
I'm
e6.
even threatening to take on d7, but probably not.
So like rook e8, but
Rook
again I'm not
e8.
threatening to take. I know it because my bishop will be hanging.
And if you're not threatening, so just to understand, let's say we play something like a queen f3, not allowing you to play bishop e6. Or maybe you still can play it.
Because
Maybe you can still
rook
play
c8.
it, yeah? I thought that I take here, but there are so many issues with this
yes,
plan.
rook
Yeah?
c8.
So first of all, rook c8. And that's enough.
That's good enough.
Good games here, the next turn.
yes. So no, not queen c6.
Okay, so queen f3 doesn't work. Because if we don't want to take on c6, then
I
why
thought about
even
rook
bother?
d6.
Rook d6, but then
Maybe even queen d6.
queen d6.
Because queen e5 is not possible, but unfortunately,
What is
for
this?
interesting situation, yes. But
Yeah.
it feels that white should lose this pawn on d6 sooner or later. Just, it's not that easy to find a way, but king e8 probably. No.
F6?
Like, yeah, I think I have to play f6, yes, otherwise it's not going to be good. So let's say where we go, king e8,
Very
yes.
scary to make such
Yes,
a
I
move.
know, but you have to play like bishop c8 even, yes, in order to try to win the pawn.
Yeah, but I think
Counterplay,
we are
yes.
in time. So for instance, even bishop c8, e5.
And then you have to take
If you take
king
king
e4,
e4.
king d7, king e5, just to demonstrate that
Yeah,
white is on time, yes, to
power.
defend. And you have extra, like one pass pawn, which is very scary. Yes, so it's
Yeah, that's,
interesting, yes. But you
it's
have
a
to
very nice
know,
advantage.
yes, rook d6.
But it's very, it's very
responsible,
very
like move.
responsible.
Yes, you have to
or
really know what you are
irresponsible.
doing.
Yes,
Exactly,
it might be
depends on-
irresponsible. So another You know what else we could play here? Oh, we cannot play. Instead of h3, there was, now I think that we might have had this move with the idea of bishop f7. Your idea.
Yes, with the idea bishop f7, rook e8, queen d6. Yes, we have to continue the line.
Yeah, let's say black snoozes, and you snooze, you lose.
Yeah, even though we had king h8, not to, if you wanted to avoid losing the queen.
By the way, it might be winning, yeah?
Yes, I just wanted to notice.
No, but we still take.
We still take bishop. Yes, sorry. Yes, queen f4.
But that's
mate.
pure luck. I didn't see that coming. So.
No, rook e8 is good.
Okay.
So yes,
so
bishop f7 is the threat.
Anyway.
Yes, so queen f4 is interesting.
Queen f4 was a possible move. I don't know if it was any good, but
Black
h3 makes perfect sense. And Mariya keeps the pressure.
In this game, yes, so Aleksandra just made a move.
Aleksandra
Maybe we
did
wait.
take on e5.
She did, yes. So she wants to simplify the position
And we might see what we have
seen. But maybe my move rook e8 wasn't that good. Maybe I should play right away bishop b6. Like, is it enough to?
But can you?
On d6, you wanted to put the bishop.
Yeah, I wanted, but for some reason it doesn't work.
So she takes with the
D
pawn.
takes.
As we.
So the point here is that now that I have the first rank issues covered, I can start pushing a little bit.
Maybe queen c4.
Queen c4. And now let's say. So how about this?
e6. If I take.
If you take, I want.
Rook d7. What
Yeah, I want to somehow create some threats. So let's say, for instance, even a queen g3. Is this a move? It's probably nothing, but or queen e5 maybe. Queen e5 was good.
Queen e5 to put the queen in the
Queen
very
f5
central
is
position.
good.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
you have a
this
check.
king is a little bit like more vulnerable. Yes. You are
Exactly.
trying to tell me
Yeah,
it's
that's
rook
what I'm trying to
d7,
tell you.
yes.
Yeah.
Do I need to believe?
No, almost
What about
never.
our viewers? Yes.
Almost never.
No, come on. I mean, you have a point here, and rook d7 can be a pleasant threat.
This
Queen
is,
c1.
there's a problem.
Queen f4.
Yeah.
I mean, problem. Still, you probably have a.
Maybe I can.
No.
I have a draw, maybe, but
Maybe.
not more than that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this doesn't work, but it's an idea. Maybe specifically here it doesn't work, but we should be careful with those ideas as well.
So actually, it's strange that Aleksandra is thinking right now because she took on e5 and she knew that d takes e5 will follow up. So now, okay, she's playing
There's
the
nothing
move.
wrong
To think of it.
to make sure you don't blunder anything.
So queen e7, right?
Yeah. So do we expect rook d3 or is there another move? By the way, we don't have to commit suicide, right? We can here
Just play rook d6, yes.
do something else.
Play rook d7 right away. No?
For instance, why not? Or even maybe try and be clever about it for a change. To play something like some queen f3.
Like trying to put pressure, right?
Yeah, but, little by little. Or even b3 might be unpleasant. Where do you go? You have to go here.
Queen c2, yes.
And then all of a sudden e6 might be interesting. So opening your king a little bit.
Yeah, but f2 is also
mine
like...
as well,
yeah, so it's like... I mean,
no, it's a very, very, very... Yeah, exactly. So, sorry, you wanted to say that...
I just wanted to say that, yes, probably we have the same idea that position remains perhaps quite solid for both players, but on the other hand, white can put a certain amount of pressure on black, right? And kind of maybe Aleksandra will need to make very, very precise moves. This is what can happen, but she's a very good player also, and she feels position very well. And but still, she needs to solve certain problems, like to play bishop b6 immediately or not. So it's easier to play it with white.
Exactly. That's exactly the type of equal positions that Magnus won a zillion of, right? So.
Yes, exactly. So we'll see how the game develops. And let's jump to Anna's game. For a long time, we didn't see anything Harika against Anna.
Did we see? Let's see
Divya,
Elisabeth
yes, I'm sorry,
against
yes,
Divya,
the last game,
because
yes.
we
Haven't checked.
their
yes.
fans will hit
Yes.
us eventually. So
No.
it's d4, a knight f6, a knight f3, e6, bishop f4. This London-ish type of positions, and black is unimpressed. She plays the Nimzo Indian.
Yes, h3 to have against knight h5.
Important, yes.
Yes.
So we want to keep this bishop
Or
safe
at least exchange it for the
bishop,
not for the
especially if
knight.
we can double the pawns. But sometimes, those pawns in the center, although they are doubled, they
Like even
have
now, yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good illustration why
Yes.
they are not so bad, because by playing d6 we cover some very important squares, right?
Exactly. Yes. So
And there is another way we can improve them by playing knight e4. And now after we take, there is another one coming to d5, right? You're not
and this is
very-
what happened in the game, and very actually creative play from
By both players,
by
yeah.
both players right out of the opening.
And that's our current position.
I had a short chat with Divya yesterday, and I asked her if it was the first time that Visha made the first move in her game, and she said, yes, I don't recall another times, so it probably was the first one. And we were laughing that, yes, maybe he should have performed it earlier. Yes, maybe.
I saw Vishy at the breakfast today, and I told him that he finally brought some luck to Divya. Yeah,
yes.
so but he didn't take the credit for the luck.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about the fact that Visha Anand yesterday made the first symbolic move in her game against. She played against Olga Badelka,
Olga, yes.
and she managed to win this game. It was the first victory in the tournament. So.
Okay, so what is this?
I mean, it's like interesting position for sure. I can tell you that white has some hopes on the king side. Black seems like attacking a little bit on the queen side. Yes, b2 pawn is now under threat.
We want to provoke white to play to move the
if we
big pawn.
do,
Yeah.
then c3 will be a little bit vulnerable. So and then black can put knight to the good position on d6. Yes, this knight came from a5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How it went like this. It's the tournament of the knights. Would you agree? They are really very jumpy here.
Yeah. I mean, they played before, but only once. So they have, and the game finished in a draw. So just to know that
Okay.
there was one game where both players that they met before. Yes, it's can give some certain information for our viewers. And but how do you attack? Also on the king side. Yes, it's not that easy to do anything. Like once you play move like h6, your opponent will play g6. Stopping all the hopes at least for some time. Yes, you manage to make the squares weak, but you don't have dark square bishop to kind of use this fact. So probably you don't want to push h6 right here.
Maybe not right away. I'm
You're
thinking
thinking
about taking this knight because I'm claiming that my knight is better than this bishop because we have a very closed position. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, of course we take with the rook.
We take with the rook.
Don't take with
We don't take with the pawn. We take with the rook, and then we want to just push, right?
So
That will be our game.
So, and in fact, yes, this bishop is a little bit out of play, yes? So, like, it feels like we have an extra piece on the king's side. This knight is on f4, like, doesn't have any opponent. So maybe we have time to create something like queen g4, rook h3, rook g3, like, let's check the best lines, yes?
But from experience, this is how you lose with white.
Yes?
you get stuck with all your pieces on the king side, and then just so I have a few very vivid losses like that. So.
You have some memories to share with us.
Yes, and it went pretty much like that. So I kind of put all my pieces over there, and then black stopped it with some
Queen f6.
queen
like
f6,
calm
let's
move.
say, or king h8, rook g8, and that's it.
Not now king h8,
Not sure.
yes, but
Not sure that's the case here because, for instance, g6 doesn't work, right? So we can
yeah, this we
we
established.
can
That's
register
why we had this knight here.
1+ for ourselves.
Yeah, but even queen f6 looks good enough to stop all hopes. At least I don't see anything right now, but
Nah, but wait.
what?
We're just beginning.
h6?
Yes.
Oh no. I mean, just for the records, if I take,
If you take, we play knight h5.
yes, readying to take on g7. So seems like,
Entering self-destruction mode.
yeah, I see what you want. Yeah.
Oh, so you don't have f5. This is good news. By pure chance, but this is good news.
The bishop
for
is
us,
hanging,
right?
yes, here.
And we have to say that black played extremely badly because, in our analysis, not in the real game, because we allowed white to do whatever white wanted.
Actually, I see on the board bishop c4, rook c4 actually was
Oh,
played.
really?
So yes.
Wow. Okay.
Uh-huh. So you were right about it.
Or Elisabeth was wrong. Right? One of the two.
It looks like the bar agrees with her. Yes. But I wonder what is her next move? h5.
Oh,
what,
she
h6?
played
No,
h6
she played
immediately. Okay,
h6.
that's something that we also might want to check. And so she wants to force black to play
g6.
g6.
Yes. This was my
And
first
now-
intention, but I was not sure like how do you continue. If you know what you're doing next, okay, then
So you probably want to play maybe queen g4, knight h5, and to install the knight on f6, but it's way too
yeah, of course g6
too
like
slow,
this,
right?
that
So
was
it's very slow.
important move. It was important move, but
Okay, let's pretend that we keep
She plays
queen
quickly,
g4.
yes.
Yeah, queen g4 is
Queen
it's a
g4,
normal
yes.
move. Now maybe with some
actually we want to take
installations
on
we want to
maybe
take on
e6.
e6, but
Yes,
maybe
but-
not. So let's say, for instance, black. Although with black, maybe I would make some preventive move like queen e7 first, just to make sure I don't blunder anything, and be ready at some point to even play f5 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, where is the attack? I'm trying to understand, like,
Maybe we don't need one.
because even,
Attack is for weak.
but I mean, this pawn on h6 again, like, the long run, could it be a problem?
Maybe we can try to play along. So maybe the real idea is to play something like queen g3, knight h5, and
h5,
queen
but-
e5, something like that. Could it be? But then just f6, yeah.
Just
and what
f6,
did you do?
yes, and then king h8. I'm not sure yet, like, but okay, it's clear that Elisabeth has something in her mind. We will see what will happen later. And I think now it's time for a break, and we will come back shortly. So don't go anywhere. We keep watching the round.
Every time I start blundering, you understand that we need a break, yeah.
Of course, yes, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. We will be back strong.
Land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, dear chess friends. We keep watching the last round of the fourth Grand Prix tournament here in Nicosia. Same place, same time. Hope you are still with us and would like to see what happens in the last round. And it's a really important moment for the standings in the tournament and the overall Grand Prix series. And we can see the development of the games, of the key games. We are, of course, paying more attention because Mariya Muzychuk is fighting against Aleksandra Goryachkina, the leader of the series. And the game is actually developing quite interestingly. And we managed to
we managed to guess the continuation. As you remember, we saw this idea of rook d1, bishop e6, queen e6. But now, Anastasiya, we were talking with you. So while Mariya was thinking, I suggested this move, but you refuted it quite easily, right? So you just took on c3, I think, and you played c5, and it seems that not enough,
yes,
not such a big
rook
advantage.
d7. If we continue the line, rook a8.
Yes, still some advantage. Maybe unpleasant to play. Actually, not so pleasant to play with black.
Because the rook is more active. White's rook is more active than the black one. But I mean, I'm not sure how actually black is holding that easily. Like,
no, not so easily.
No.
Not so easily. But we wanted to show you that white had actually a maybe more promising way to continue, right?
Yes, like rook d7, straightforward. We want to take on a7, yes, and you cannot really move the pawn. A5, queen b6, then yes.
This is just bad. And if not, then how do you protect it, right?
So then you have to play something like in the previous line, rook a8, protecting a7 pawn. But perhaps we can use the fact that, I mean, even something like queen d2, queen d6, I'm thinking about. Like queen d2 with the idea to give a checkmate in the last rank.
It's not a checkmate, though. It is. Sorry. For some reason, I thought there is queen f8. But
yeah, I mean,
but technically, it's not a checkmate
yes,
yet.
Yes, you can still defend, yes, of course, like any move, but not really. Like queen d6, maybe not. I mean, not clear because black also has queen c1.
How to play? Yeah.
Like
so
for example,
do we play g6? But it's a nice pressure, right? Even rook c7, queen d7, or rook e7 by mistake, right? Something like this. We could.
One more question, like a queen. I played. Could I play queen g5? Maybe.
Yeah, I was also thinking about queen g5 here.
Yes. With the same idea, but after g6, I have like even queen e7, maybe make. But yeah, we will have to calculate until the end. There is queen c1, queen f4 line, right?
Yeah, the perpetual, immediately.
Make a draw. Yes, so yeah, you have to play carefully, like queen f6.
So anyway, it's all history because Mariya played queen c3, maybe a little bit softer than rook d7 because, as you remember, in Anna's game against Elisabeth, was it yesterday?
Yes.
It was yesterday. Wow.
Yes. Like
it feels like a lot has happened since then. So Anna kept both the rooks and queens on the board, and that was really very unpleasant for when you have this very strong duo, right?
But I think what Mariya is trying to say that this rook ending might be really unpleasant for black, something what we discussed with you. And why? Because let's say this king, white has very straightforward play. She just brings her king to the queen side and says to black, okay, good luck making draw here.
Yeah, you know, unless you play rook a7 here.
Yes.
So this, I agree, yeah. So the computer might say it's about drawish, but
it's not
as a human, it's not easy to play. How do
I
we
don't know
hold
if you needed to move rook b7 though. Like, could you just start moving the
I don't
king?
want to allow you to play a6.
A6, but yes.
A6, b5, and then I start
C4,
creating
yes.
some counterplay. Yeah?
So yes, let's explain
Because
then for me what was the move rook b7.
So I have a pawn advantage on the king side, on the queen side. So naturally, I would love if I can unpin my rook or untie my
Untie,
rook.
yes, untie your rook and pawns, yes.
I would eventually want to start pushing those
Yeah,
pawns.
this was so rook b7 is actually a great prophylactical move, like to stop any counter chances for black, at least for the moment. So I just try to understand, like, yes, how black is going to.
By the way, let's see if we are. Do we have to even play? Yeah, we have to play, because if we play a6, then rook a7, let's say. Because of the back rank issue.
Yes, black cannot protect and find a way to get the pawn.
Exactly, we can manage. We can just win a pawn, right? Maybe this is how black should try
just
to hold. Yes,
in order to
just give up this pawn and try to. But again, because of you still need to waste some time. And now we can see the beauty of this h3 move.
White doesn't have the same problems.
Exactly. So you remember when where Mariya, played it a few moves ago.
Yes, she played move h3, defending.
Just here, right? Instead of the much more natural rook e1, which wouldn't really contribute anything to her game, she played this calm h3, which 10 moves later really proves to be extremely important in this position. So. Yeah, you know what? I take back what I've said. That's not easy.
Descending, yes. I mean, like if we just, I'm wondering if we can avoid somehow the exchange of the queens. Is it like even theoretically possible or not?
No,
like,
not
no,
anymore
so
because she played.
She took. Okay, so here we go. We just jump into descending.
Yeah, and then
maybe black can play rook c8, but it's the same, right?
Rook c8 is the same.
What is the difference?
No, not the same.
So
not
now
the
you
same
can
at all,
push.
because now you really can push.
Yeah,
so maybe it's much better.
I think
like this.
It's a good point. Yes, so maybe this is how black should defend in this position. Like rook c8, perhaps it's better.
And it's very different now. So, for instance, if you go here. And we still push. Or maybe now we
king
can
f8.
We can
No?
go king f8.
To make sure that there are no threats.
We go here. And now we push something like that.
No, it's a completely different story, right?
Yeah,
when we had this rook on the 7th rank, we were really putting lots of pressure. I mean, I really didn't know how black is going to make a draw. After your great move rook b7, preventing all counterplay, then the king just goes there and
it would be huge.
Would be really, I mean, would be really unpleasant. Now, actually, after rook c8, yes, it's like.
And the point being that we are
on time to play b5. Yes.
Exactly.
So this rook on c8 is like, of course, more active than rook all the way to a8, and the pawns are also active. Like you can always try to create some kind of a counterplay or pass pawn at a certain point.
And they're not blocked as they use as would happen if black plays c5, and then now the pawns just don't move, never.
Yeah, but Aleksandra is still thinking. I mean, now she has two opportunities, and
I'm pretty sure
she will play rook c8. Now but she needs to find move rook b7, of course, and make sure that rook c8 is on the board or what?
No, she's
very curious. No, rook e8.
Rook
she played.
e8.
Okay, that's a different story. But
wow, that's an interesting way to solve it.
Yeah, rook e8. So. So first of all, yes, you don't. She's not
she
threatening.
She intends to play g5, both creating a luft for the king and making sure that she wins back the pawn on
yes, so if I play rook c7?
Yeah, if you play rook c7, then we take, you take, and rook c5.
Rook c5 threatening.
And it's... Wow, rook e8 is very,
okay, this was like
strong.
Much better than rook c8 and rook and c5.
That's very strong, and it's almost game over.
Yes.
Because now we just swap everything and
it's just a draw.
Go home. Very classy.
I'm not sure Mariya actually saw it.
Yeah, it's easy to miss. It's easy to miss because you know that there is this back rank issue, and you think, okay, so I take and next move.
What if I don't take a play 4, then C5
Maybe
or
that's
what?
what you have to do, because otherwise
It's just a draw,
just
so
a draw.
F4.
But F4,
Can I
probably
play G5?
yeah.
That's nice, yeah. So G5, and if I take rook E5,
That you might be worse,
even worse, yes.
because all of a sudden...
Because yes, this pawn. Let's not
Oh,
forget
not-
these pawns are a bit weak. Yeah,
not
but
worse, but yeah,
so I have to play G3. You mean after
Mhm.
G5?
probably.
But Black managed to get this important square G7 for the king, and now at least Rook is free to play
Yeah, maybe
take, and yes, and Rook is 7 even, like in the
No,
worst case.
we
I
need,
don't know.
we need to keep the
yes,
pawn,
if-
yes, still. We still need to keep the pawn, but maybe we can do it now. Now even like that, and there
Rook
is rook
E6,
E6.
yes. Yeah.
Although A5 is maybe not the best move. Maybe
You mean
first A6.
A6?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the same thing, right? If Rook B7,
And
then
now
Rook
if
E6.
rook B7, rook E6, and if rook A7, then A5, it's okay. But now your
A4.
rook is a bit worse. Now on A4, yeah, we have enough counterplay, like to start getting from behind here.
Yeah.
Very impressive, really. Okay, so rook E8. I don't think Mariya can find much here. Let's jump to Jiner against Nana. There is a Sicilian.
So how Nana developed her pieces? Let's see, like move by move.
That's the big question.
So after
So she did
before
play
she
before.
played before.
And now knight G6, as we expected, and F4,
F4.
is one of the moves. We also considered knight D4 to be another option.
Yeah,
And now
Queen
bishop,
D2.
Queen D2, Bishop E7, Knight D4. Yeah, all in all, very typical.
Yeah, but I
Up
have
to-
feeling that Black is doing well. You know why? Because like White didn't manage to create some problems right away,
Yeah.
and we know that it's still, and like if you somehow developed everything, and now still D5 is an option, D6. I don't know. It's like not straightforward.
I absolutely agree. I
Attack
think that
here.
Black got everything that she wanted to get, because she already created some play on the queen side, which she loves to do. And White didn't manage to. Oftentimes, you know, if White manages to play A5, A4, forcing B4, and then to put the pawn on A5, then White will have some grip on the queen side. And here, as you said exactly, with this knight on G6, actually, it's not very easy to create some play, because you don't have G4 because of Bishop H4. And whenever you
about
play
F5?
F5, you give up. Sorry, let's say instead of G3, you give up this very important square on E5,
Yeah.
and
Now
the
there
knight
are
is
threats.
so beautiful
Knight
placed.
G4, Knight D3. Even none of this. Just keep the knight on E5 and enjoy. Yes.
And it's quite important that Black hasn't played D6 yet, because Black would have even some ideas of putting the bishop on D6 and putting some pressure on the king side.
Like
on
for
H2
example,
and
even bishop F4, and you can even
exactly.
play bishop H3.
Exactly.
D6 is maybe even in this
so
position.
this might be. I'm not sure if it works.
F6 yes or what?
Maybe it does, but here we
Even knight
might
D3,
even
yes.
have this.
And you have to take with, and
If
then
you take here, then knight takes. You have to take, and
Bishop
then
C5.
some bishop C5. Yes.
can be unpleasant.
And, it is already.
Yes.
I think,
No, but
yes.
E5 is not a threat yet, so maybe I have time to play rook D1.
Yeah, you have time, but it doesn't mean that it's not unpleasant for you. The fact that you, by chance, didn't lose a piece by force.
Yes. Like I have
It's
to run
not-
bishop F4.
Yeah,
Then you can take on C2
even,
at least.
right?
Yes.
Even this. So it's a pawn up, and good luck defending it. So. And for this reason, Jiner wants to postpone F5, and I would think that most likely she wants to play H4, H5, basically playing against this knight. So this is the drawback of the knight on G6.
It doesn't have so many squares, yes,
Right.
to run. Yes, so we'll see. I mean, it's definitely a fight with chances for both sides. I would put it this way. And interesting. I mean, do I want to play a crazy move like E5 here?
With black?
Just for fun, yes. I think. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure it's my understanding of fun. Because it can backfire so badly. But it just to
E5
show.
is a bit unorthodox, but very
I
interesting.
don't want normally to play such moves because like d7 can become weak.
The problem is the
but
bigger
and also
problem
f5
is
square.
this square. But maybe now you can play something like e5 and
D5,
d5.
yes.
Yeah, this is how you usually open, especially after g3, right? When this gets open.
Yes. Like, do I want to open up position that much? I think the problem is here that knight takes c7
Yeah.
is possible, and then f5,
And
f6.
if we take then this,
yes, bishop c5, yes,
and if knight takes,
then even, yeah, I don't know. I see different options. Even take on f5, yes, can be a little bit.
it needs to be calculated carefully. Because here there is d takes e4, should be checked. And then I played rook c8.
Rook c8.
Which is a very common move to make.
Move like
putting
e5 and d5 you play only if you really know what you are doing. Like you have to calculate deeply and understand that, yes, I mean, after all these exchanges in the center, you will not be worse. Yes, so like.
But you have to. But you're absolutely right. So you have to check all those breaks, especially after White has played g3.
Right? Yes, and I don't know, even f5. Not here, but maybe one day.
Yeah, why not? I think
open.
f5 is very much on the table here. Because
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you take immediately. Like, are you ready to sacrifice already something?
Yeah, maybe. So, for instance, let's check that.
Yeah.
So if you're, let's just say that you are taking everything, and then
Queen c6
how do you even
suddenly.
defend this? As simple as that. So we are threatening queen h1 mate.
Exactly. I mean, I need to move my queen, perhaps, but like how far?
Exactly. So if you move your queen,
you lose also.
Only doesn't
here.
really matter.
No, only here. Because if you play queen d2, it's queen h1, queen g2.
Yeah, but
It's
if you
checkmate.
play queen f1, then it's queen h1, queen h2.
Yeah, also
And you
not
you have
pleasant.
one more move exactly. So.
Oh my gosh, no.
So
This is not good.
that's a very and again speaking from experience, that's very painful when you open this diagonal and your opponent gets there. So.
But also even f5 can be a little bit. So maybe after f5 you have to play e5.
Maybe was the move. Actually,
yes, maybe f5 you have to play e5. Like making sure at least that knight on d4 now controls c6 square. But then like bishop c5 even, yes, like something like but then you have time to play bishop d3, bishop f1.
Do you?
At least I need to defend myself somehow. If you play queen c6, bishop g2 at least will be the answer. I mean, interesting position, very unclear.
I would prefer black here, to be honest. Maybe now rook c8, threatening to take.
To take on queen c2.
But look what happened. So Nana played a rook a c8, h4 as we predicted, and she played bishop c5. I think she's preparing this, so she wants. She also makes room for the knight, which is important. Not
yes, we need
to lose
to
it.
keep the knight. Yes.
But this is
alive.
A little bit of a concession, right?
At the same time, also knight on e7 helps to make the
play
f5
f5,
possible. Yes, or g5. Who knows? I mean, depending.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I would love to. As you said, that's a move that.
This is the maneuver to defend the king. Yes. So you want this bishop probably to come back to g2 and cover all these squares, but maybe
you don't
not
have
immediately.
time for it,
yes. E4 is hanging.
And f5 really, f5 now is probably a threat. So, and this is, I think we already spoke about it in one of the games. So this is how you lose, right, with white. So you start pushing, and if you break through, you win, and win nicely. But if you don't, and if black manages to break through, and black doesn't really It doesn't really matter what black sacrifices in the process, as long as you're able to
give a checkmate,
blow up
it's
the whole
still fine.
position, right? So then
Did she need to play this G3 move? Was it like so necessary already? Like I'm not sure. Like,
it's hard to do anything without pushing those pawns here. So
yep. Anyway, like, it's already in the game.
it's
yes.
already played, yes. So for instance, if you play something like that, then there is knight h4, right?
Still provoking. this,
Attacking
but
here.
have bishop f1 at least now.
Yeah, but how do you
Still,
proceed?
eventually
right?
you
So
will play
eventually.
G3, yes. Most probably.
So it's not so, and then you have to count. You have to
F6
calculate
also.
some f6s because the rook.
Not maybe immediately.
Not
because
immediately,
Queen
probably,
h4 is
right?
possible,
But
yes.
maybe not even knight h4. Maybe we can keep knight h4 for later, right?
But even bishop h4 sometimes, if we want to provoke G3,
Exactly.
is still possible. Yes.
So
Yes. So no, I mean, okay, G3 h4 seems like logical also from White's perspective. If you still try to play for victory in this game.
well, I think she does. I mean, she has to. In a Sicilian, if you don't play for a win, you lose eventually.
That's a problem. Yes, with Sicilian. Just like it's not possible just to stay and
Yeah,
wait.
it's very hard
yes?
to see.
It's a good point, yes, because Black has ideas and you are playing against Nana, not someone else, not against me. And Nana wants to kill you, I mean, if she has chances, in a good sense. I mean, if she has chances to fight for victory, she will.
She wants to kill you in a good sense. How is it?
I mean,
how is it?
in the chess, on the chessboard, yes.
All right.
Just to clarify. Yes.
Okay.
I watched too many series lately, with murders and things like that. It's
So yeah, so in chess is in a good way, definitely. Let's jump to Divya against Elisabeth.
Muzychuk, what's going on?
Okay,
Anna,
we
yes.
can. Yeah, let's
because
go. To
we
Anna
always
because
checked both leaders, right?
the
because
leaders
it's
are
important for the standings, so we have to understand the situation.
we have missed quite a few moves here. So knight a3, knight a5, e4.
Something we discussed.
A little bit as we predicted, right?
Without even playing knight c2 first, yes. But look at she took with
Took with the
d-pawn.
d-pawn.
Yes, we were checking f takes d3.
Yeah,
very
but
typical
after
idea
d3, right? Because
Yeah.
here you might end up
in a worse
and
situation.
not finishing your development at
Yes,
some point.
c4 is hanging. Like you don't have d4 here.
Knight e5, you cannot kick me out. This exactly.
No, it can be really unpleasant. Let's put at least yes.
Very mildly said, yes.
Yes.
So d takes, but now
Now Anna had time to take
Anna
on a3.
takes, and now so both players have their pluses and minuses, right? So black says, okay, you have a completely ruined pawn structure.
Many islands.
Many
like
islands.
three
My
islands,
knights have
except
good
two.
spots because you don't. Your pawns are ruined. My knights will always have some good spots on c5, on a5, putting some pressure. White, on the other end, says that I have a bishop pair and the bishops are open.
It's open position, and
And I
so
have
we
some
have the
pressure
ending suddenly.
here.
Yes, so
Yeah.
the queens left the board, and it's interesting to look at Harika now. Yes, now that she's like moving
Meditating.
this way. Yes, it feels like a meditation. Exactly. Yes. Do you need to meditate in this position? Like, what's going on?
Well, it helps. I think meditation helps a lot in any positions. But look at
Except
this. Okay,
when you are in time travel. Yes, then you have to be just very concentrated.
Look at this. So she uses her double pawns to actually create pressure.
Yeah, but I also like what Anna did. She moved e5, f6 in order to stop this bishop, right?
Exactly. So.
Something what you explained maybe.
But the problem with two bishops is
Yes.
that you can only stop one of them. You cannot stop
second
both
one
of them, right?
will get some squares.
On the other squares.
No,
right?
but she doesn't have dark square bishop. So she wants to make sure that the dark square bishop has less opportunities in this on the board.
Absolutely.
So at least for the white square bishop, light square bishop, she has an opponent. Yes, bishop b6 comes into the game.
Wait, I want to understand what was the point here?
Good question. So she could have taken a pawn. Could have taken a pawn here, and like what was the concern? Why she? Something
Some
with
knight
bishop
c5
c6
or bishop c6?
No, knight d2 maybe. No, bishop d5. Yes. I'm trying to see how is it working. Maybe even take
Where?
and knight a5. No, c6 and knight a5.
No, but knight c6.
Knight is there. Yes,
So
defending.
you
we
need to
have
somehow take maybe on e7.
Yeah, but then
first,
it's not
then
a
it's
pin.
not
Yes.
working. Maybe knight c5.
With all, but not such a big threat on b7. Yes.
Well, it's a pawn. But you probably want to ask what's my plan here, and I don't have a plan.
Yes, I'm not sure.
I don't have a plan, but obviously Harika had a plan, and Anna believed her
Yeah.
after
maybe
checking.
Maybe there was something, but
Okay, so as you say, if bishop takes, then simply knight takes, right? Maybe not so simply, but takes.
if you take
This
first here,
bishop takes,
you have to
and
take with.
now
Maybe
knight
not
a4.
have to.
Maybe don't have to. Yeah, we'll
Yes.
have to check it again.
I mean, maybe you just take this pawn back, like that. Where do you
Yeah,
go?
but is it so bad for black?
No. But at least you got.
just take
Yes,
here.
take here.
It's 2 pawns already, no?
Took on b7.
You take on b7, but no, I don't think we are risking here with black.
Castling is.
Even castle or maybe.
Okay, then rook d7.
Yeah, but you will win this pawn back. Are you better here?
Not sure. Not sure at all, yes. But she didn't take.
She
in any
didn't
case.
take for some reason. So
Yes.
it's interesting to understand why. And she played b6.
I think she just wants to keep these weaknesses on the board. She doesn't want to exchange those weaknesses. Maybe she actually has clear plan, right?
Ideally,
To bring
yeah.
to
Ideally, as you
c5.
said, we would love to put all our pawns on the dark squares and exchange those bishops and claim that our knight
Are better, yes.
are
So,
better
for
than-
example, she could play like knight d8 and c5, but white will not wait until black will do so. Like once you moved your knight or I don't do something else, c5 is coming. Yes, so it's then maybe the biggest threat. You want to get rid of c pawn, and at the same time make sure the bishop will have a bit open position. But look,
But
I think
Harika
you're
played
not.
bishop
Yes,
d5 here,
and
which
we're
is
not guessing any move.
at
Yes,
all.
not c5, bishop d5.
which is a bit interesting. So my natural move would be to play c5 here. I would be inclined to at least try, claiming that if I open the lines here and even I mean so even if I manage to get something like this, it would be unpleasant pressure right on black.
Yeah, but king of
Maybe
bishop.
then a5, a6. Try to put. Again, maybe it's not maybe it's not that simple because a5 is probably met with bishop b3, and you have.
No, but also like I think bishop d5 is also logical. Like, what do you do? I mean, you cannot take with the knight.
Bishop d5.
You cannot take with the knight because you will lose the piece. So if you want to take, it's bishop d5 only, and then I will play d6 next move. So I will get rid of this
Take,
weakness
take.
the other way around, and maybe it's not bad to
Yeah,
exchange these bishops.
this I agree. So maybe
Yeah,
bishop,
so maybe just like
bishop
an
bishop
alternative,
d5
like
is a good move.
you had c5, but also bishop d5. You know, like swapping one more piece out of the board.
What if I play this?
This maybe that's better to play. E4.
Maybe e4.
Yes,
that's
maybe
what
even
you
4.
want. Yeah, but e4. Maybe now knight d8. I want to play c6, force you if I have time. I'm not sure I have time.
I mean, c6 will have some
Consequences. I know.
questions like with rook d6 later and rook d1. Yeah, it's a complicated position. I mean, like, can I even play c5 here?
Maybe, but I was actually I was going to ignore
Yes, and if I
If
take,
you take. So I cannot take with the knight,
Rook
unfortunately.
d7.
Yes.
yes, with many threats, like take on b6, take on a7.
Don't scare me.
Wait,
I'm
okay.
scared like that.
I take on
try.
a7.
You take on a7.
Yeah, but you have rook d8 maybe.
I have
yes.
rook a8 even maybe. Rook d8.
I don't like that. I have this pin. Yes, it's a bit annoying. Annoying this pin.
trying.
But I have. Yes, even c4. Okay, it doesn't work immediately. Yes, rook e7.
Yes, c4 unfortunately doesn't work.
Yeah, double H. Yes, position like
Both sides
both sides. Yes, like
are
nobody's
badly
happy.
placed,
Yes,
yeah.
nobody's happy. Yeah, so it's just I think it's.
But I don't
possible.
think black has any problems here. So even if I don't know, maybe even something like that. I'm trying to put some pressure. You will take on c5. I will take here. I'm probably blundering something. I don't know.
Rook b7 somewhere. Okay.
Yeah. So that's one.
Okay, bishop is also hanging. You have to
Anna is
solve it.
still thinking, right? So maybe she wants to play knight d8. Maybe that makes sense. Not to
exchange, of course, and
Weaken
again,
the-
not to play king f7 with the
to
idea
keep
to take
to
the
keep an
bishop.
eye on d7, right? So now, so ideally we want.
No,
she
king
played
f7.
king f7. She was waiting for me to say that maybe knight d8 and then to play king f7. You see?
We have head-to-head between these players. They definitely met many times. I'm just kind of wondering how many.
Who is
And who is
leading?
ahead, yes. So it's 3 victories for Harika and 1 victory only for Anna. And look how many draws, 14 draws, 18 games in total.
So yeah.
I remember, I think, of course, they played in some World Championship, World Cups before. So there were many
we're not.
battles, yes. You never played? I thought that maybe.
f4. So that's the idea. Wow.
Not e4. Nothing
Not
like
e4.
I was thinking
f4
about.
and she wants to play f5. That's the threat. I
Easy
think.
to miss, move
Yeah.
f4, yes.
Yeah, that's not a move that you
Are you
immediately
ah,
spot.
yes, it's a threat because like all the pieces suddenly became vulnerable.
Yeah,
right?
because the bishop is pinned, and you cannot take it with the knight because this knight is hanging.
So what do you play? G6?
Maybe.
Even like that, yes.
Or you play maybe rook d8, and f5 you take here with the bishop.
Okay, rook d8, yes.
Can we? It's better than g6.
Yes, I think it's better, yes, to bring one more piece.
And I'm not even sure with which rook, but let's for now pretend that this is the move.
Rook h d8, and yeah, you create the threat now.
Definitely. But maybe you can now play e4.
Yes, so supporting the bishop. Yes, so wait for move rook d8 and then play e4. You should be careful. It can be, but now you want to play f5, right?
Now, yes.
Actually, where the knight will go after all this? Yes, like f5. If you take on d5.
Especially after I've placed all my rooks on b.
Yes. After that, this knight doesn't have
Yeah, so
maybe the best square.
let's say
No h6.
if we take,
For
and
example,
then
take.
all of a sudden this guy
Knight f5.
doesn't have much, only here.
Yeah.
This is not so good. Just take and bishop
G6.
c5.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Even this,
Bishop c5, yes.
very unpleasant for black. So what does black do here? Here, f5. Maybe after you analyze some Sicilian, maybe you want.
No, you cannot do this. It's too much. All the pieces are.
You don't open with two bishops.
hanging.
The opposite. You want to close, right? Not to open. But we can take here.
Okay, take back. Like at least you have some
It's
squares.
the-
for
yeah,
your knight.
we have
This
the
is what-
squares, but now you will not play f5. You will come back at some point, maybe and play e5 or something. So
Yeah. Even the bar believes that position is like equal right
yeah,
now.
but
It's
the computer
so
probably
complicated. Yes,
probably
it's not so clear.
sees how we
Yeah,
don't.
We don't. So we're trying to imagine how players would.
Knight f5 is.
Would
Oh
proceed.
no, sorry. Knight f5 is not a move.
Bishop c6.
The knight is hanging.
Yes, it's interesting that, for example, if white takes on e7, that knight should always take on e7. You don't have king e7, knight will be hanging. So, I mean, there are some tricks which you have to check all the time.
Yeah, very easy to blunder.
So we'll see what Anna will do. So rook d8 is possibility. G6 also like one of the possibilities, maybe a bit worse. But time to go
Maybe e4.
further. E4.
Suicidal move. No, I don't like this move. No, forget, I didn't say it.
Everything is
it give-
recorded here. No, you cannot.
We'll ask our editor to delete it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Let's. Where do we go?
Mariya, which one would you check? I think Elisabeth Paehtz. This is what you wanted.
Let's. Yeah.
Check.
Very
Remember this position, so h6, g6, it's the moment we left, and we were thinking like what exactly Elisabeth can create on the king's side.
Okay, so she played queen g4, b5. She played a3.
And queen g3.
Queen g3.
And we see actually one game is over. Actually, the
Oh,
game we're
they-
checking with you has finished already. I think
They
it was
are-
repetition, right?
So they castled. What a timing. Knight h3.
We felt where to go with you, yes.
Yeah. So this is how
This is how the game finished, yes. So for Elisabeth, finally, this tournament came to the end. It's not the perfect event, but still, I mean,
she
she
could
quite bright
probably keep playing a little bit more, but as you said, she wanted this over already, and very understandably so.
So 2.5 points, if I'm not mistaken, and for Divya, it's like she made it 4 points out of 9, -1, still quite decent event for the young player. Everything is ahead of her. So,
Definitely.
but you see that in the final position somehow computer likes it, yes? Very much. Don't know why. I mean, more we stay here, the bar grows.
It feels that white, as I said, it feels like white could have played on,
But
but how?
exactly, I mean, you don't take on g6 definitely, and if there is nothing very concrete here, it's like you don't get crazy. Yeah. Stop thinking about this position.
Yeah.
There are so many
Okay.
games still.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yes, let's jump somewhere else. So this game is over, finished in a draw.
Finito. Okay, so we haven't checked
Olga
this
Badelka.
game, and there's a lot going on here. Although it's not our leaders in this tournament, but they still deserve their place. So
And our
Such
attention
an
to very
interesting
bright
game.
players. And actually we have head-to-head between those players. They've met before. And today, yes, Olga Badelka plays against the birthday girl, Stavroula Tsolakidou. Olga managed to win one game, and 2 games finished in a draw. I think they're about the same age, plus minus. I think Olga is a little bit younger, if I'm not mistaken, but I mean, I still remember her like when she was like 14 years old. So for me, like she's still in my head, like very young. I don't know, but we have to check exactly her age. What do you think about this
okay, so
position?
we
remember
see,
h3
yeah,
was
this is very typical that black plays f5, and white creates some play against those pawns, trying to force black to play. No, actually, black doesn't need much persuading to do, and black wants to play eventually e4 by herself. And now it's really a battle of what overweighs. So black has managed to open
Diagonal.
great bishop on the draconian, right, the Guffeld bishop or the King's Indian's bishop. It has black has many squares, controlling many squares, but those pawns can become very vulnerable, especially if white manages to play something like f4. And then we just go kind of, they're blockaded, and we go around those pawns, and the d4 square is a bit weak. And that's how white tries to win. Sometimes, for instance, if we play f4, rook g3, and g4, rook g1, g4, and all of a sudden this center can become very weak. Black, on the other side, will try to use her activity, her pieces, to create some mess on the board, and use the fact that this bishop is extremely strong. You can sometimes sacrifice materials, a few pawns even, and just if the position gets open, then...
I think about like knight c5, a4 also somewhere.
Exactly.
Yes, but
and we can see that
probably you don't need it right away, but maybe later.
It's what happens.
So.
And now rook g1, king h8 is also very typical because white wants to start opening those lines. And now,
how do we continue? Yes, with black. That's a good
well,
question.
how do we continue with both sides, right?
Yes.
So.
No, I feel that this weakness on f5 can be a problem at certain point. Yes.
So we might want to play something like bishop d4 here to counter to put some
pressure on.
Some pressure. Yeah, we don't mind to exchange those bishops, and then this knight. Actually, I like it the way it's placed, but it can sometimes go here, or we can maybe make it with this knight to come to e3. That's what white would like to do. Black, on the other side, probably wants to create some counterplay
open
here,
at least
right?
some files.
Sometimes c6 can open the whole position, but again, it's very double-edged. Everything that happens in King's Indian in general is very double-edged.
Yeah, and the problem is like any move you make, especially with pawns, you can weaken your position dramatically. So you have to be very careful with all these moves like b5 or c6. Like after c6, for example, d6 can be weak. So
yes.
like always need to understand like if you have enough compensation for some changes which will appear on the board. Would you prefer to play this with white or black?
Well, I'm not objective. I've been playing these positions with white all my life. I never played it with black, so.
Okay, you choose black here, yes?
No, I choose white.
You choose white. You choose white here, yes.
And it feels like a good version of what white usually gets. So, so for instance, even a move like g4 might be interesting now, when I'm coming to think of it.
Yeah. Maybe even by playing king h8, black got the square for the knight on g8 now, you know, because who knows where this knight will go, just why not to keep an option.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
in h5, later on.
But do you want to go now?
No.
Well,
what you need to take a move, make a move. So we have to take probably on g4.
If you take
or
on g4,
the second idea was to move the knight on g8, even like that.
Yeah, or even maybe some f4 and knight g4 maybe.
Oh, knight g4.
I don't know, but
We have
needs
to
be
calculate.
checked.
Yes. That's a good resource, yes. So if we play straight forward g4, maybe there is this kind of move, which I like. So, but still, yes, bishop g6.
Yeah, well, I don't mind maybe giving you this pawn even.
Yeah, like now, bishop g4.
Although we had here we had even maybe rook e2.
Maybe, yeah.
And as Greeks would say.
Oh, and so on. Bishop c5. Perhaps take on g4. Then I have.
You just.
I tricked you. Yes, I just tricked you. Yes, like that.
Down. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So wait. And if I just take here. Then you take on
Take on
a
a
fate.
fate, yes. But you
Okay,
take on
so I
D1.
have to take here. Okay.
No, I take on G7, yes, exactly. So you have
I
to
have
take.
to take here.
And I have to take with the bishop, perhaps. But at the end
Take
of
with
the
the
line, you
bishop.
have rook f2. I still don't know what I'll do. Yes, I will take on e4.
I want
Maybe
to.
later.
What do you mean?
No.
How-
I just got it. Yes. So you defend it with the queen.
Yes.
Yes. So after bishop g4, it's not possible. That's why I took with the bishop. H takes g4. You would take on
Yes.
f2. Yes. So
And if knight d3, then you probably want to take, yes? Maybe not.
maybe. Look at this. I mean,
It's a
very
crazy game. It's crazy.
complicated
But it's
position.
always like that in King's Indian.
And
You
I
have to.
wonder what Olga played. I
you
don't.
have
I
to-
don't think it was g4. It
No,
was
she
something
didn't play
else.
g4.
I think knight
She has a
g2.
good sense of self.
Knight g2 was played. Yes,
preservation,
something
yeah.
what you also showed.
Yeah, and moving the knight to one of the spots, not a bad idea at all, I think. Because you will have time to play g4. You don't have to rush. First, you want to make sure there is no counterplay. So makes a lot of sense, all in all. And maybe bishop d4 followed
day,
by
yes.
knight e3. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so
But
that's
let's run
interesting.
and check what's going on in Maria's also game. Remember, we
Let's
left.
go. Oh yes.
We left them in the. Yes, that's what I felt.
That's
That it's
what
going
we
to be
predicted. So it's gonna be
a very quick draw. It seems like at the end of the day.
I think they will start
I
repeating
think it was
now.
just right moment to get there.
Wow. So it will be the second game in a row, yeah, that we come to see the
Just on
handshake.
time, yes, just on time, because they're repeating right now the position, and they have all reasons to do so, because like none of the sides can win descending, and the game will be finished in repetition very soon. Yeah, I think good play from both sides. Maybe Mariya could have put a bit more pressure on her opponent. Good question. And and they finished the game. Score sheets.
Score sheets are
signed
signed,
very
yes.
quickly, and
Okay, so this is a draw, as we said. Now it's almost. So Aleksandra Goryachkina has 300, a little bit more than 308 points. Although it's
at least maybe at least in the worst case scenario. Only if Harika wins now.
Yeah, it's not the
then-
worst case.
yes,
it's,
like
it's
so-
not the best case.
Yeah,
also,
so let's say if Harika wins, in this case, she will share fourth, fifth place with Mariya Muzychuk,
yes, and then she will score
get
65 points
65
to
points,
add
yeah.
to
still quite good. Yes,
36. She will have 301
Yeah.
points.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So
maybe it can explain a little bit her strategy in this tournament, that she was not really trying to risk that much and just
Yeah.
played like stable. I mean solid. You know, she didn't. I mean, in the moment, even with Elisabeth Paehtz, remember, she took the draw with black pieces without much of hesitation, because like she probably knew that this is what she needs to do. Like according to the also tournament situation, you cannot win all the events. Sometimes you just need maybe to guarantee your spot and not get crazy completely. Like I think good strategy.
yeah, very solid.
From
+1,
Aleksandra.
yes. And she basically she calculated that risk reward for her ratio was good. The score was very good for her overall standings.
She calculated, maybe her coaches. I mean, it's hard to say who was calculating all these points, because sometimes it can be confusing. But nevertheless, she won 2 events before. Like I mean, she
Yeah.
shared the victory in 2 previous events, and now
And she will
good chances
at
for
least share
top 2.
be fourth, at least share fourth in this tournament. So
Exactly.
Very
No,
good.
very strong player. Of course, we discussed it before that she won so many events, including World Cup, and played the World Championship match already against June in 2020. So, like, very, very ambitious and strong player. And of course, we'll see her, hopefully, for many, many more years in chess on the top level of women's chess. And
for Mariya,
for her, the tournament
so
is over. Yes.
for Mariya, they shared the same number of points, but Mariya had won not such a great tournament so far. In Tbilisi, I think she didn't have a great tournament. She ended on the 6th place not a bad one, but
not-
it takes her a bit out of the contention for the first prize, of course, for the first two spots.
Yes, but still,
But
I mean,
she's
she
still
keeps playing. Yes,
exactly, and
keeps
still
some
for the
chances.
overall Grand Prix, there are prizes. So all in all, quite a good performance for her.
Yes, and I mean, she just played according to the position, it seems, without getting crazy, but perhaps could put a little bit more pressure, maybe without, at the moment when she exchanged the
Queen
queens.
C3,
maybe.
yeah, but it's easy to miss. So if we
Move rook E8,
rook
yes.
E8 was a very nice move here. Let's just revisit it here. So rook E8 is not so obvious, and it's very nice defensive resource, followed by G5, which forces elimination of all the pawns. Yeah.
Exactly. Let's run
All
to
right.
the games. So we have two draws.
So we have two draws, and we have two leaders still playing. And look at this. We have some development here.
The game of Jiner. What's going on here?
Your move, E5, was played. So after G4, Nana played E5. See?
Yeah, but I was proposing it in a bit different situation, but
Well, she didn't.
but still.
She didn't hear you right away.
Yeah. So 15 minutes delay, sorry guys. Yes. Anyway, like during this time, Jiner managed to put the pawns, but I'm not sure if it's good or bad.
It's
like,
good for black,
it seems,
basically.
yes.
When once you manage to open the position, you want the pawns to be on G4 and H5 and not on G2 and H2. So yeah, it's to black's benefit, I think. And we can see it now, immediately, right? So G4 is hanging.
exactly.
How do we play here with white? So I'm not sure I love white's position here. And of course,
If we take Queen G4
we should
first.
understand that this is probably... So where do we go?
Yeah, good question. Of course, to F1, I think,
Let's
because then
start
Queen
with
H5,
F1.
because you will also take on H5.
And then we take.
Rook C5, and if I take,
If you take, I take.
and
And let's
back.
say you come back, and then I take. And I
How many
claim
pawns
that I
you-
have 2 pawns. And
some
And
kind
how
of
is
an
your
attack.
king?
Yes, and how are you doing? Yes.
Yeah. Are you
Here.
okay?
Yes.
Feeling good?
How is your king doing at this moment? Yes, I mean, interesting, yes, approach. Like,
No, I think black is fine here. More
Yeah.
than fine. Combined
it's-
with the weakness on the king and even F5, but we don't have to. We can start just pushing those pawns.
So the last move of black was Queen E6,
Yeah.
was it?
Yeah, she just, and that might be something that
She missed.
Zhu
This is what
although
I feel, yes, that it's easy to miss something
It's
like
easy
that.
to
Like
miss.
The,
It's easy
the
to
piece
miss,
is hanging, and you kind of expect something different. Yes, so Queen E6, perhaps well played by Nana.
Okay, how do we
What else we can do?
keep our position intact? So if, for instance, we just defend, what happens here? So there is bishop d6, which needs to be checked, right?
Mm-hmm.
We cannot, let's say that we cannot take, probably, because we like,
Then, yes, we
or
can
first
lose the
even
piece.
maybe this is better to take here and then just take.
And then also
And
you,
take another
you
one.
lose
So
everything.
we lose everything. So we don't take on e4, although we would love to.
But can I take and play D5?
Oh, that's a very good question, and I think the answer is yes.
Like using the fact that you have the spin, even though maybe we have to
D5
calculate
or
until
even
the
maybe
end.
knight d5. But
Yes.
let's start with
Knight
d5.
D5 is also interesting, like rook E1, I think.
d5, e5. Yes.
E5. I thought about rook E1 as well, but
I want to take.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure it's good, but I want to take. And I want to block this. So I'm extremely afraid of this diagonal. So basically, I think if we play d5, then we have to go d4.
and bishop h7, king
Bishop
h8
h7, king h8.
for now.
You cannot take because now I take. Sorry. Then now this
With
with this
couple of threats.
A couple of Yes.
Unfortunate threats.
And then we just want to take.
Yeah, well, this line's... So I'm not sure about d5, though. Like, after d5...
What do you do then? Sorry. So,
Yeah, so
here, take, d5.
Rook e1, yes.
You play rook e1. This one?
Yes. I just want to defend e4 pawn, and like now I'm threatening maybe to take on g5.
If I take?
Bishop takes. Suddenly you have some issues on e-file, I think. At least you cannot take because of...
So you want to take here?
And on
And if
b7.
I can take.
Rook. Check.
I have a check.
That's important check, I must
When I
admit.
have a check, I'm afraid of nobody.
So moving king on h1.
Yeah, but again, your king is very exposed.
Yeah.
And I want to take here, maybe.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not
again,
denying this fact, yes, but it's like, double-edged
It's still double-edged,
position,
yeah.
yes.
But I think it's, it's double-edged by...
But yeah, the king is really...
You're on the sharper
I would
edge.
I would like to have pawn on
White,
g2.
yeah. Yeah, that would be a fantastic move to play. G4, G2, it would be just playing great.
Yeah, but
But
what we
I
have.
think that's what we want to do with black. We want to open a position, right? As fast as possible, and
So let's see what they will play. I mean, now
Instead of-
Jiner is thinking and like trying to figure out if this position after bishop c5 is still so, if black has enough compensation or not.
and we
So-
will want to play here to put some more pressure on e7. Even I don't know.
But now I like actually your idea with knight d5 at the end.
Oh,
Take,
finally, you like my
Yes.
idea.
No, I like many, but this one was in particular good because now that queen left, I have a 4 square.
Yes.
That's a point.
Yeah. And,
With the same threats, basically. Yes, let's not forget that this square can be available since white played g4 and e4 in this game.
Yeah. And you know what? At some point, f5 is not, I think,
Yeah, I thought about
is
it
not
too.
out of the question,
Yes, I
right?
thought about it too. Yeah, I mean, you could play it
It can be-
immediately, by the way.
Yeah, it
With knight on e7, maybe you could play even move and rook on
but
e3.
I like it more with the knight on f4.
Yeah, but
I have to say.
Let's check.
Let's-
Look,
but let's-
take queen h4, the move you
So,
proposed.
queen h4.
Take and f5.
Yeah,
Because now, if you take it, I have knight f5 with a fork.
Yeah, makes sense.
Can be maybe, but knight d4 you had though. I think you had knight d4 maybe.
Yeah,
But
you
then you
don't
have
survive.
queen
I
b6.
don't think, yeah. Queen e7, what do you do?
Yeah,
You don't
but
survive.
I like it after.
You see, I mean,
Wow.
you're really missing some. I'm even wondering how the computer holds this with white, because it's not clear to me at all. You know, even here, so we can also take and play
Play
f5.
f5 with the idea f4.
F5 is extremely strong here. I mean, unless again, with the disclaimer that we might be blundering everything here. But
Yeah, no, it looks good. I mean,
It
it
looks
seems
good.
like only black is creating troubles, you know, and white is holding. At least from the lines that we were checking. Maybe there is something else. We will see it very soon because now we go for a break, and then we will come back and check what Jiner played in this critical moment and what happens in the other games. Stay with us. It's round number 9, and everything will happen soon.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
welcome back, everyone. And we are here with a very special guest. Emil Sutovsky again is in the studio, Grandmaster, CEO of FIDE. And Emil, of course, the question for you, first of all, is for FIDE official. Are you happy with the tournament and how it was held? And so, because it's already the last round, so I think it's time to speak about overall the situation.
Hi, Anastasia. Well, for us, we're happy if players are happy with the tournament, and the feedback I get is very positive. And putting my second hat on as a Grandmaster, I have to say that I'm enjoying the games here, because we all know women chess is always about fighting and very few short draws and so on. But we saw here a lot of really high quality games. If I scroll back and throughout all the tournament, I can easily mention 5-6 games of highest quality.
Yeah.
And shall they have been played in a tournament like FIDE? Nobody would be surprised. I mean, this is really top-notch quality. I'm really happy. I don't know if it's a standalone thing, because I can't recall Grand Prix event with so many high-quality games. But I hope that it is a mix of very good preparation by ladies and maybe feeling, because it's a lot depends on the playing conditions and everything surrounding you. For creative players, it's always, you have to be in a creative mood and to play, and maybe it has to do something. But overall, or maybe it also has to do with a number of tournaments which has been conducted recently for female players, and maybe, as I spoke previously, remember last week, I reiterate my opinion that competing a lot in tournaments and being all the time in this atmosphere helps. And I really am pleased to see such a high quality chess. I would expect some of our experts to make stats and to confirm my evaluation, which is based more not on the figures but on the games which I saw, and I saw quite a few games here which impressed me.
It's not only about the games even. They were very impressive, especially for me, this game between Jiner and Divya with night promotion in there. It's just an unbelievable game. We were discussing it with Alik the other day. But it's also about the intrigue in the tournament, because always it's a fight. It's not like we have the clear leader who just kind of went through the whole tournament and won it. We have two leaders right now, and everything is still not decided.
Right. That happens. I mean, that happens more often than not, because you have a tournament of 9 rounds, and it's very rare that somebody has such a huge lead that already by round 8 it's clear. I mean, it happens, but you can have a tournament with a not impressive quality of games and still have a lot of tournament intrigue.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Here you really have. I mean, it's not like I'm praising ourselves for creating such great conditions, but I'm genuinely impressed with the level of play.
Exactly, and today's games are also really impressive, because nevertheless, we have the leaders, and we kind of can imagine what goes through their mind, and what kind of situations they would like to get to. Still, we have the games full of fight in this round, and I was a bit surprised that Aleksandra Goryachkina seemed like she was not really aggressive. But then we started to calculate points with Alik, and we realized that perhaps it was really good strategy, to play just a solid event, not to push too much.
I think she was. She knew that if she would be somewhere on +1, she would almost secure her qualification to candidates, but I don't think she actually didn't try, because I think the last try and the real opportunity was a game with Olga Badelka, where she was having a significant advantage, but Badelka played a very good defense and held it. And today, I mean, you don't expect her to play very aggressively as black versus Mariya Muzychuk. I mean, Mariya is a strong player and actually had a quite a decent score against Aleksandra. So draws there is, I think, if anyone, Mariya was playing, was trying in this game. Anyways, let's focus on two games which are going to determine a tournament winner. It's the first game. Maybe we can see Jiner playing against Dzagnidze. Very sharp position from Sicilian.
Yeah, and we were discussing it with Alik. Jiner probably took certain risk by playing moves like g4, h5, moving those pawns forward. Maybe this was the only way somehow to play for victory. On the other hand, she weakened her king, and perhaps Nana has also some chances. It's
well,
very double-edged.
we see computer evaluation, which gives 0.5 for black. But this is a very sharp position that can go either way. And well, if I were to look at it without knowing evaluation, I would say that it's about equal, because both sides have their chances and their play. And White's king is a bit exposed, that's true, but this knight on e7 is limited. If imagine the knight was now on e5, and I could, let's say, stabilize there, and then black would be doing really, really good. But anything can happen, but pay attention that Nana is down to 21 minutes.
I think she's thinking about during all this time that we had a break. We were checking lines with bishop e3, even rook e3, and even f5 and d5. You know, we were trying to break through and open the position, taking into account the king of White. The king is exposed right now.
Yeah, bishop e3, rook e3, e5 looks tempting. Probably that's something that he calculates, because you need to calculate all the lines. Maybe knight d4, maybe knight g5, the knight d4, queen b6. I don't know. Let's try and make some moves. Yeah.
Ah, sorry, on this board.
Bishop takes e3, rook e3, f5.
Here, yes, but yes, knight g5. This is something what we didn't check yet.
Yeah,
and knight d4.
And also
is
knight
also
d4.
possible, yeah. But I mean knight d4, maybe queen b6.
Queen b6, yeah. Knight takes f5.
And yes, because you actually indirectly you just supported this rook also with the queen, yes, by moving the knight, and yes, so you have this option to play knight f5.
She played something. Let's see what she did play actually in the game, because she made a move.
I think she took, yes, as far as I can see.
Yeah, she took on e3. White will take on e3, and will have this critical position. So queen e6, queen g3, she took. Okay,
yes, and now it's, of course, White will take back. So, and now it's a question. So we tried a little bit f5. So what about d5, maybe option? Again, using the spin for the moment. Yes.
Yes, but if I can play e5 with White, that's always good for White in these structures, because my bishop starts being very active. Bishop h7, knight g5.
Yeah,
Alik
was
d5.
ready even to sacrifice this pawn by playing.
Yes, probably you already have to.
Yes,
you have to, but
like
I'm not sure what's going on. I can just take and go back.
Even this we were checking.
h7, king h8, yeah.
Something crazy, yes, but yes, I agree that
it's really complex. I mean, any result is possible, and it's very difficult to predict what's going on. The second game of the Leaders seems to be rather more predictable, because it looks pretty drawish. Yeah, yes. it looks like a total draw. Yeah, it's also it's not like Harika didn't have aggressive intentions. She played actually a nice game, but Anna played a very good defensive game and held it. In general, I think quite an impressive event for Anna.
I was very impressed with the fact that even after losing the game the day before against, let's say, kind of outsider of the tournament, she managed to come back and she won a fantastic game against Elisabeth Paehtz. Like, I'm sure for every player in such a situation, it's not that easy. Taking into account the whole situation, yes, and how tired you are, and how terrible this loss was the day before. But yeah, I mean, she showed again that she's such a great fighter for so many years already. Since 2011, she takes part in Women Grand Prix events.
Yeah, so let's see how the game proceeds. And no, that's not the actual position. Okay, she played f5, and here probably Harika didn't have any better than liquidating
everything. Yes,
she tries to use the weak squares, but it's not enough. It's typically c6 and takes. I would believe that this game was, I don't know what would be actual evaluation of engines, but I believe they made nearly all the best moves all the time.
Exactly.
I can't see even single major inaccuracy. I mean, maybe some minor inaccuracies. That's again, I'm impressed, and I feel that maybe if we will have a constant rise in the level similar to in this tournament, we can talk about bigger things happening to women chess, because with such a level of play we can already see that it's not just like the preparation, but also they really manage to come up with sharp ideas, or with calculation, or with good technique. There were so many examples, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, I mean, also, I'm sure also our viewers are impressed. Let's talk a little bit about the situation in the tournament. If Anna makes draw now, it's all about Jiner. Everything will be in her hands. And if she wins, okay, it's clear she's going to win the tournament. But in case of a draw, we'll have a tie. So according to the tie-break system, it's like they, for the first criteria, they have the same first criteria. Both of them played 4 white games, 5 white games and 4 black. But the second one is still unclear. It's the amount of points of your opponents, yes, and how you scored against them. So which means like if you won against someone, you get all the points, and then if you made a draw, it's half of their points. And since not all the games are finished, we don't know exactly. But at the moment, Anna is ahead. This is what I know. So.
But it's not so critical. It's only about trophy and
I
about
know. Yes.
about the glory. Let's put it this way.
I
In
agree.
terms of Grand Prix, they get same number of points, and in terms of prize money, they get the same prizes. So it's not a huge difference. Sometimes the difference is huge. For example, in Women Grand Swiss, where we'll have. If there is a tie for second place and only 2 go to candidates, then it's very meaningful what happens there.
Yeah, so where you, now that you start to speak a little bit about the format, are you happy with this format so far and how it goes? Let's say the fact that, for example, for Goryachkina, it's going to be like 2 tournaments where she will be sitting at home. Basically, we are sure that we have one viewer, one person who will follow all the games clearly, and so she will be watching the last 2 tournaments and hoping that nobody will catch her, or like be sure that nobody will catch her after the first Grand Prix event. Like, do you feel that the intrigue is good enough for the moment?
Yeah, it is. It is a sort of a disadvantage of Grand Prix. Inevitably, in Grand Prix, you never have all players playing in all the tournaments. If you want Grand Prix to have many participants, I see it as a minor disadvantage, but it also adds to an intrigue. It also adds to a sort of what exactly your tournament strategy is. And in general, unless you have everything decided in one tournament, it's inevitable that you have such a situation here and there. I don't think it's a major disadvantage, and I think Goryachkina already virtually qualified. I can't imagine 2 players exceeding her score. Theoretically, it is possible, but it would be very unlikely. And let's not forget, it's just the first qualifier stage for the candidates 2026, because they're going to play Women's World Cup in Georgia in July, and then in September in Uzbekistan in Grand Swiss in Samarkand.
Exactly, like it's a really interesting season is ahead. Maybe you can speak a little bit about the next 2 events of Grand Prix. So we have one in India, then in Austria. Like what's happening there with preparation? With everything is going well?
Yeah, we are working, of course, steadily already for quite some time to prepare these events. The event in India is going to take place in Pune, and it will be basically in 3 weeks from now.
Yeah.
And there the lineup will consist also of all leading Indian players, and Hampi will be playing there.
Hampi will be playing, Harika, I think, and Divya.
Yes, Harika, Divya as well, and then you will have Jiner also going there. And the lineup, as always in this tournament, is quite strong, and let's see how it will work. And the final would be probably the strongest stage of a Grand Prix in May in Austria, and then everything will be decided there. Everything as for the Women Grand Prix series. To remind you, in addition to the prize money on every stage, there is a hefty 120,000 euro in total prize money for the best finishers of the series, and that also quite a meaningful factor.
Absolutely impressive. Yes, for women chess. I mean, I would play, more actively if I had such prize money on my times. When I had, let's say, I would have better motivation definitely if I could see that so great prizes.
I think it's a very important factor, and not only you actually, because I spoke to like the most prominent players in the women series, and they were really making this point that of course it's very important to have it. We expanded it also for women's Grand Swiss, as you know, this year. The total prize fund of the women section rose 64%. So now the prize in Grand Swiss would be 230,000 instead of 140 that was last time. So 230,000 was the first prize around 50,000. So it's for just for one tournament.
It's also sounds like impressive, yes. And I like the 64% you said, which is like very chess number.
Chess number.
Good number. I like it when it's increasing.
We also cover all the expenses for all the participants. 56 participants there. 56 participants coming by rating from continents, some junior players and so on, and all of them are covered with the airfare and the hotel and the everything. So it is a major endeavor for us, and we really hope that not only it provides a lot of, let's say, great opportunity for leading players, but also for younger players, it creates an incentive to invest in themselves.
Yeah, that's of course very important.
To try and to find a way up, because we see it very well that the generation which is now the top generation, they're all established players who we know for many years, but it's also very important that the girls who are now 12, 15, 17, that they see this chance and they understand that there is a way for them to make a career, to make a living, to be not only respected but also to earn quite well. And I think that's really important.
I think I need to have a serious conversation with my daughter who is 9 and give her this video of you explaining like what are the advantages to be a professional player. But nevertheless, like let's have a last look at the position on the board. We have many exchanges, yes, and like I wonder how did
Nana played it a solid way, and she went d5, and surprisingly, at least for me. Surprisingly, Jiner preferred and rather quickly preferred to go to a move which simplifies the position. I mean, e5 would be very ambitious. Something she didn't like there. For me, it was no-brainer. e5 looked like the only move, and I still don't know why she didn't play. But
maybe it's because of the tournament situation. Maybe she can understand that Anna most probably will finish this game in a draw. Perhaps she's fine with the idea that this game will. I mean, she can play without so much risk.
I don't know. Jiner is exceptionally aggressive player.
Okay.
And I don't believe she would play safe. Maybe she just had some reason. It's not like she was preferring some safe moves. Anyways, rook e1, then Nana liquidates the tension in the center, and queen b6.
Check, yes.
Yeah, king would go probably to h1.
For example, king h1.
And then knight d5.
Yeah, because knight is hanging. We don't have time, I think, for rook c2.
Yeah.
So yes,
so
knight
d5.
Knight d5, yes.
White can play knight d4. Maybe she considers that she has an advantage as white because, you know, knight is active and the pawns, but her king is very weak. If the pawns, just imagine the pawns g4, h5 would stand on g2 and h3, then white would have maybe not a significant but very pleasant advantage because it's e-file and some attempts to attack, knight f5, you cannot play queen g6 because rook g4, because if the pawn was on g2, then rook g4,
so this pawn is like really like it.
But at this time, it's already sort of exposes white's king without proper reason for, let's say, justification, because you cannot really create an attack with these pawns. You still can do something knight f5 and so on, but with it. I'm sure she'd rather prefer to have pawns on g2 and h3.
Yes, and they made a couple of moves, I think, after queen b6.
Oh, she played queen f2.
Queen f2, yes. So even
that's interesting one. She sacrifices a pawn and just gets to an endgame, which would be
maybe she just
slightly better for black, but a draw. Probably.
But no queens, yes.
No
so
queens,
maybe
but she sacrifices the pawns. That's interesting. She'll take on c2.
Probably.
Rook
e2, yes. I don't want to keep this rook there, and we don't have time to play rook c8 because the knight is hanging. So
then maybe just king e2.
King e2. King will be in the center, and now moving the knight d5. Yes, something like this. So
white is not better. I think white objectively is a bit worse because pawn is a pawn. But once again, it can be any result still here, because if white manages to penetrate with a king, king d3, king d4, king c4, and start chasing these pawns without losing pawns on g4 or h5, that can easily become better for white. But in practice, black always isn't time to create something like king d3, f5, starting to attack there. And I think eventually it should just liquidate to some drawish endgame. But
Still, black needs some time to open some kind of window for the king. I don't know, like by h6. So maybe white can use it. For a moment,
maybe
yes.
it was a smart decision for Jiner because now her pawns actually start being useful because and yes, she's pawned down, but all in all the situation is not too bad.
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe it will finish in a draw, but let's see one last look, and probably I think Emily, you told me that you have something important happening, so you will need to leave. But let's check quickly. Let's jump. Where is the position?
Oh, that's a nice game.
Yes, this was also a beautiful game.
Beautiful game. What's going on? Badelka is in a very good situation. I think she's attacking very strongly, but how to? I mean, knight d3 is coming.
Yes,
Talking of players level, I mean, that's gonna be one of the most exciting games from what I see. I mean, even the opening phase was very exciting, and let's see what's going on here. I don't know, rook g7, queen c3. Looks like white almost mating, but there is always queen d3 check. Let's show it.
Yes, like rook g7. Yes, now.
Like king takes. Like queen c3, king f7, for example.
Yes, this king looks very lonely. Yes.
No, you can't play rook
now you
g1
cannot
because
play
queen
rook g1,
d3,
yes.
but you can play bishop g5 actually.
Yeah.
And I wonder how the line goes after bishop g5 instead of.
Yes, maybe like this.
So takes on g7. I think
Yeah,
she will take because otherwise not clear what she wants to do. Check. You probably have to go to f7. Although technically you can go to g6. I mean, these days even these things can happen, but it looks very dangerous. So here bishop g5.
So threatening some queen f6.
Queen f6,
right?
but queen f6 is not a major threat. So you can play something like rook f8, like preparing for king f6, king g8.
Queen g8, because you don't go to e8, it's checkmate on the 7. Yes, so.
Because white would want to play queen f6, and if king g8, then bishop h6 and mate. But if you start with something like rook f8, then after the check you can go king g8. Very complex position and exciting one.
Yes, and this evaluation shouldn't trick you at all. It shows like it's level, but it's not at all. I mean, all results are still possible. Emily, thank you so much for coming to the studio. Thank you for what you're doing for women's chess, and we'll definitely check what's going on in the last games of this round. So let's have a short break and see you on the other side of it.
Thank you.
Two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
welcome back everyone. It was a really short break. Now Alik is back and we continue watching the games because everything can be decided very, very soon. And we have a nice choice where we are going to jump.
Well, we can maybe continue from the same place you ended, right?
With Emil?
With Emil?
Yes, we were checking this position and trying to find maybe even the direct victory for white. Here with some rook g7 threats, this is what we were discussing with Emil, but Emil found so quickly the idea of king g7, and then after queen c3 and bishop g5, he just calmly played this rook f8 move. You know, it would take me much longer to understand like all consequences,
Yeah,
but for him it was so easy.
Emil is very
Yes.
good tactician. He calculates it like
Like a machine.
like a machine. Yeah,
Sure.
definitely.
Yes, so this is not what happened in the
It's
game.
not. Yeah. So Olga played a rook g4, and a very human way to deal with it, right? We just want to play rook g1. Why sacrifice the exchange if you can not sacrifice it?
Yes, and then all this queen to3 will not help you because g7 will be hanging. So black needs to find the move right now. Yes, like you either need to remove this bishop or defend it because rook g1 is definitely a threat.
And the problem is that you don't really want to exchange the rooks because then
The
you're
queens?
just sorry, the queens, yeah, because you're just
Probably you're like lost or
yes, for take and just how do you even? And then we can take on c5 and e4. It's just an exchange up, right?
yes, exactly. And this is what we felt with Emil. You know, we had a different evaluation in this position before because it was not refreshed, but we were like sure that something is wrong here.
Yeah, you see?
You know, like the feeling was right. Like the position was complicated to say the least, but clear with such a king on h8 and without material, black is definitely not doing well. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. So even you see, so we do have some self-confidence, right? Even when the machine says it's
level
equal,
or
but we
something,
see but we
I
see
mean,
that
we
it's
can
not.
understand that exchange down and attack from white side cannot be that easy. At least not easy to defend. I mean, maybe it's defendable, but it cannot be that simple at all. Yes. So
rook e8 was played by
maybe after rook g1 she wants to play rook e7.
I don't think so.
Bishop h6. And the funny thing is, if you move the bishop, rook g8 checkmate. Yes, here.
Yeah.
Can be unpleasant. So how do you react after bishop h6? There is no.
Good question. After bishop h6, you react with resignation, I think. And here, so for instance, if you play something like
Bishop f6 or bishop b5?
f6 or bishop e5. So there are two moves that I would consider.
After bishop b5, even like maybe you can take on c5 and on e4. Maybe.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah, but.
And why not?
But after bishop f6, at least I'm defending this pawn. Yes. But
no, you're not.
yeah,
That's
I'm
the
not.
problem.
Yes, that's. I think.
That's one of your problems. You don't. So
wait a second.
if you play bishop f6,
yes,
we take. Now, if you take with the queen,
I take with the queen.
We just take anyway, anywhere on e4 anyway, and this is checkmate. But if you take with the pawn, we cannot take on e4 because of checkmate.
Exactly. So queen e4 is impossible, and also same for rook e4.
Yeah, but exactly. Rook
Yes,
e4
rook
is
e4 is the
also
same. You
losing
take
because
queen
of the
b2.
same, and queen b2 checkmate.
Nice.
So therefore, we don't take probably on c5, because why would we do that? So if you play bishop, where did we say? f6?
F6.
Let's say f6.
For example.
So another way would be to somehow free the way for the queen to get to g2, but I don't see how we can do that. Or maybe just like that.
f3, but I can take maybe, and you
Take,
don't have queen g2.
I wanted to play this, but I'm not sure. I'm probably blundering everything. Yeah, yeah. I'm
The
blundering.
idea is that you want to give a checkmate, yes? So,
I
and if-
want
but
to
if
very much. I want to
and
play
bishop
here
d4, but rook f5.
and rook f5. And now the problem is that if I'm almost there,
Yes.
but not quite, right?
Queen d3,
Queen
unfortunately.
d3 and
for
game
white.
over, but in the wrong direction, right? Not what I wanted. So let's think. But if you another thing that you can do is maybe just
Take.
but then again
You
as
take
you,
with
as
the
you
pawn,
said, right?
yes, and I don't want
with
to
the
take
pawn,
on e4.
maybe rook e1 and take on e4. But it feels almost like, I feel obliged to do something more concrete.
Yeah, I don't know if we have time to play a little bit like differently, maybe like h4, h5. I don't know. It's like I'm curious, like what else we couldn't do in this
But
position.
how does it improve our position? Is
Yes,
there-
maybe
what
I'll
is-
push it till h6 and then I'll have some like rook g7 at the end. Maybe not.
Maybe we can get rid of this bishop.
Yes, it's another option. Yes, take rook takes.
Although this is not an ideal place for our rook, and the point being that we don't go here because this is unpleasant. Although we still have this, right?
The
So
one, yes.
it should be winning. And actually, Olga has almost half an hour to figure it out how she wins it.
Let's
I
jump to
suggest
the
let's
leaders.
jump
Yes,
to- yeah.
so she has made a
Maybe
move just now.
maybe wait
Let's just
and
wait.
see
Because
what she
this
played.
move can be quite unpredictable. But while we were talking
Harika,
about
you see, our intuition was right.
That
So
we have to
Harika
go
and
to this
Anna,
game, yes.
Finished in a draw.
Predictable result.
Very predictable.
Because we checked it with the
White
million.
cannot really make any progress. So Anna is waiting for Jujiner's game to finish, and so she did what she needed to do, right? To black against Harika, not an easy game, and Harika did press for a long time, but eventually Anna managed to hold. I think she can be satisfied with this tournament. For sure.
I think so, except maybe the one game which she lost against Olga Badelka. I'm not sure she's happy about that one, but still, it was also well played from Olga, and she can be happy that she managed not to collapse and just continue chasing the leader. And it paid back well because she managed to win against Elisabeth Paehtz, and now in the worst case she will be second, but in case if Jiner will make a draw in this game, she will share.
Sure, first. Yeah.
Once Nana wins, if Nana wins this game, then Anna will be the sole winner.
leader, and it actually makes her task of qualifying much easier. Although not really, actually not really, because
Everything will depend on
because
the third
she
tournament.
still needs to pretty much win one of the first two spots
Or share, let's say, the first place.
yeah,
yes,
sure, one
most
of the
probably.
first two spots in Austria, and as Emil said, it will be the strongest probably leg of this Grand Prix because everybody's playing there.
Yes,
almost,
it's the last event. And look at this ending. Like as we checked before, we know that that White decided to sacrifice the pawn, but transfer
Quite
the game. Let's say simplify position very quickly and transfer the game into the ending. So the question is like, after what we checked, Black played Rook d8, defending the knight this way.
And knight e5, a tricky move, right? We are threatening knight c6 and rook takes d5.
Yeah, and we don't have knight c3 because b takes c3 supporting the rook. Just to show it, it's very funny. Like you try to win the rook, but in fact you're losing like that.
Yeah, and the rook is protected.
Yes. The same for knight f4. I mean, you don't have all this kind of discovered attacks in this position because white can defend by taking the knight. So. What else? Like if f6, like let's just show it. Yes, if f6, knight c6, can I give a check?
You can give a check.
Maybe I have to.
But now this and this are hanging.
Instead of check, maybe rook d6.
Yeah,
Ah,
but rook
then-
d6,
but then it's-
that's exactly what we said,
Yes,
right?
like no, but it's like interesting. So rook
Or
d6.
are you?
Yes,
you're
I can
tricking.
take on c6.
Yeah,
So
but
if you take on
I check
d5.
first,
Ah, this is tricky.
and then we
I only checked rook d5. Yes, but
it was my
Yes.
plan, you know.
good plan. Yes.
Yeah.
So easy to
It's
blunder
easy to
still.
misplay, especially when you don't have much time and there are all kinds of tactics.
So maybe king f8. I found maybe the move.
I want to ask you, what about this move?
And rook d5, f6. This is what you prepared. King e3.
Yeah, king e3, and I'm one tempo short, so I would love to, of course, if I was able to defend this pawn, I would be happy. But this is probably losing. for
Maybe
black.
it's losing, yeah,
Yeah.
because this king is so active.
This
Yes,
is, this is probably losing because we'll just win this pawn.
but maybe go to f6.
Yeah, we'll
Do you
do
want
it
to
smart.
calculate
We'll
it?
do it in a smart way. I mean,
Yes.
we'll play something
G5
like that
first, yes.
first, and then what do you do?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yes, this position is lost. Yes, for black. Look at this active king of white. Yes, in this
Probably,
position,
maybe
yes.
not. Maybe it needs to be calculated, but black is not winning for sure.
Yes.
That we can establish. So, and then why go there, right?
Exactly. Yes. So not rook e8. We could take actually instead of on e5, we could take with the pawn though, and keep the rook ending.
Yeah, but
going, yes?
but our rook is so passive that I don't love it as well. So here we
Instead of
could
taking-
take here, but again, king e4, we're not better,
No.
and we're never better here. I mean, it's just
Can be worse even. Yes.
total domination, right? So here, for instance,
I thought about
maybe-
king f8.
king f8.
So
yes.
the idea is now that you play knight c6, I have finally rook d6 without thinking about this problem, but maybe knight before.
But then again, yeah, and you lost again.
No, rook e6.
Ah,
at
rook
least I
e6.
have.
Sorry, you didn't lose.
I mean, at
You
least
didn't
something.
lose, but you're not winning, of
No.
course. Although maybe you're not winning at all. Yeah?
Maybe I don't
So
want to
you
win.
just-
Maybe I just want to make a draw.
you're
You
just
know,
not
accepting
winning.
the fact that white's pieces are like more active.
Yeah, it makes sense. And actually, it's a very impressive decision by Zhu, right? I mean, it was not clear to any of us that that's what you should do. But it makes perfect sense, right? With this king, with the weakened king and the advanced pawns.
She didn't want to risk anymore, and probably she also checked that there are still some issues for black to solve. So maybe it's unpleasant for Nana. Yes.
Yeah, but you know, it's very not. It's very difficult to even spot it in your calculations as white, because you're. So how our brain works? So we say, okay, so we play queen f2, then the black takes, we take, rook takes
Check.
c2, check, and the rook on the
Normally stop
second,
here.
the rook on the second rank, which we are pawn down, and you know, I mean, you kind of stop there, yeah. But she went this extra mile, and she saw that here actually she has a very good compensation, which enough for at least a draw, it seems, right? Which is very
and
interesting.
with some chances even to win if black is not accurate and not precise.
Let's see if black can even keep the pawn. By the way, in Stavroula's game, I think Olga did play rook g1 and bishop e5 was played.
Let's
Maybe
see.
we can jump.
Yes, let's
over
jump.
there.
Now that Nana is thinking about the position. Yes,
So rook she played bishop f6, rook f4, forcing bishop to e5, and now maybe the idea is to just take. What do you think?
yes, and take with the pawn.
And now we can take,
Rook e4.
threatening f4 probably.
Maybe rook b8.
Rook b8, yes, and now maybe she's planning to just go like that. Is this a move?
I think I could even take on e5
I think
and
she
queen
took on
c3.
c5.
Maybe something like queen rook
Yes.
e5, no?
But there's. She took on c5. Let's see.
No, I just meant took on c5.
Oh, by the way, we should check why this is bad, right?
Bishop
Pro-
d4.
Check. Bishop
If it's
e7.
bad. So queen e4,
Maybe queen e4.
but I'm not 100% sure.
How do you survive here?
Yeah. Too many threats, yes?
Yeah, so if you take, then check. If you go here, then it's just f4 or queen g4. I'm not even sure which is better, but both are satisfactory. And if you don't take, then f4 is a threat, right? And queen c4, we take on e5 with check.
Exactly, yes. So no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it looks quite bad for black. Well, the king safety
Is the biggest problem for black. So after taking on c5, yes, b takes c5. Let's see. I mean, what I was proposing: rook e4, rook b8, and maybe rook takes c5.
Yes.
This is my idea.
Yes, your idea, and yeah, this
Queen
is
c3, and the only move is queen e8. Because
why?
queen, no, rook
No,
e8
we
is
have
also.
queen e2 also.
King 2. Then it's, yes, I like this idea. Rook e1, rook b2. You
And
have,
we
yes.
are, I didn't see that, but yeah, it worked out well.
Yes, and so it's still easy to misplay it. Yes. And the other option, yes, if not.
So maybe we don't have to give it away, yeah?
I was thinking maybe we have straightforward victory, but maybe not.
You know what? No, we don't.
No.
Yeah, then maybe,
Just rook e2, yes,
Just
and
rook e2.
later.
And we want to play f4 probably.
Yeah. Okay, but still not over.
Not
Still
over. No, not over. There are still some moves
Maybe
to make.
we're missing something after bc5, rook b8. Maybe there's something here. No. Rook e4. Is it only rook e4? Maybe there is something like rook f7.
Yeah, rook f7 is
yes.
interesting because here, if you play
Rook
this, there's
h7,
rook
yes.
h7 checkmating.
Take queen
yeah?
e4 and mate on h4. Let's show it. Yes, it's
Yeah,
beautiful. Huh?
there we go.
Very nice checkmate, actually. So
This is checkmate.
maybe
So maybe that's the idea, actually.
maybe
yeah?
white is not obliged to take on e4. Maybe it's rook f7.
But then queen d3. What's
Queen
that?
d3.
We can just maybe take.
On c7.
Yeah, but here, sorry. But here I'm not entirely sure because all of a sudden you do have some.
Issues, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least, I mean, what we can understand that when you have this kind of a choice and you are trying to understand which move is better, it's not so simple even for white.
For the
Probably
computer,
that
it's simple,
yes,
yeah. But
it's
for a
easy.
human, it's more tricky.
Like you have different options here, like as we discovered with Alik, like rook e4, rook f7, but still you have to keep an eye on your own king because queen b2 is possible, sometimes queen d3.
Olga did take on e4, I
She
think,
took,
yeah.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, rook e2, now c4 maybe. But now after c4 we can maybe go for your line.
Rook e5.
To take on e5 and queen c3.
Yes, because now we don't have queen e2, but okay, queen
But
e8.
queen
is
e8,
still
f4.
f4, that's
The
what I
question
thought is good, but
do
maybe
we
it's
need
not
it, yeah?
so
Maybe we don't
great,
need it.
yes.
Maybe this is better.
If I go to f6,
Now we chase you.
how? Queen b2 is not really, yes.
If I knew how, I would say. I don't know how.
No, but maybe queen f5, no. Bishop b2 though.
Bishop b2, yeah.
Not queen b2, bishop b2, yes.
Rook b8 is on the board.
Yeah, basically the only move to play.
Still, anything that we do. But it should be winning somehow.
That's a problem somehow.
But
you know?
somehow-
At least we don't see rook e7.
No, this is losing. So this you don't. Oh, maybe it's not losing. Actually, maybe it's not losing. Maybe it's winning.
I can go back. But
You
then
can go back, but then I take. But that's probably one of the worst ways to win this as white.
If you're trying to win it, yes, it's not. Maybe not so
Not
simple still.
entirely. But wait, yeah. Okay, but here you have the feeling that you should be winning somehow. No?
No,
You
I
don't?
don't.
You
Show
don't?
me the lines. Show me the concrete
Oh,
variation.
come on.
And yes, you have to convince me.
I have to convince you.
Feelings are not working in chess. You know, it's a very concrete game.
Yeah, that's,
Yep.
that's the problem. That's
Sometimes,
one of
yes,
the-
you may have feelings, but you have to confirm. And
Okay, so and
convince
you
me.
want to play c3?
I like that you play actually for both sides. You propose this move C4, and now you're suffering trying to find a way for white to win this game.
Okay,
This is how it works.
c4. Maybe we can take. But d5 is now hanging, so we
Yes.
cannot do that. Yeah.
Interesting, yes. So, what is clear, white needs to be very precise to win this game. It's not that over. And
Yeah.
Stavroula still
It's
has some hopes.
not automatic, and this doesn't really work because we're not threatening a checkmate here.
Nothing, not that much. Yes. Also some queen d3.
Queen d3, and then all of a
Bishop
sudden we're losing. Yeah,
Yes,
so
and
it's just
Queen a3, yes, it's better. Wow.
so.
No, it's like we actually, more we check the position, we see how many ways, in how many ways you can lose for white as well.
There is
So-
no shortage of ways to to lose.
And we know also like players are tired. It's the last round, and also Olga yesterday didn't win such a crazy game.
Yeah.
And normally you lose some part of the confidence. You know, like am I able to win winning position? Yes, this is the most difficult task actually, to win the winning position. So
Absolutely.
let's have a quick look to
Let's
Jiner.
go to yes. That's
So far 3 draws. we
game
have.
of most significance, and look, the computer likes.
I think G5. I was thinking about this.
Yeah, I
move,
was
by the
also.
way.
I also wanted
Did you
to
play it right
suggest-
away? Yes.
Yes,
she
she played
yes,
it
it
right
was
away.
my one idea yes, as well.
I wasn't sure what's going on if we just take here.
Yes, take and I don't know. H. We'll see later.
Yeah, but then knight c6.
96.
As
So
we
what is
said,
the
right?
difference? Yes. So what? Now I have check on the 8 at least. Is
Maybe
what I can
maybe
see.
Nana just wanted to go for for a draw. Yeah. Just give away this pawn and create maybe some passer. Anyway, so
After
but
G5,
Zhu
white.
played king f3.
King f3.
Very nice. And now basically she's saying, okay, now your extra pawn is meaningless because my 2 are holding your 3.
By the way, you know what? I think. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I had some feelings, but it didn't work. Feelings are not working here. Yes, only concrete.
No feelings. Knight c6. What do we play?
Now no checks. Yes.
No checks.
So rook d6.
Rook d6.
Knight takes. Rook f6. Probably the only move.
Yeah. So where do we go? To g3. Otherwise, there
And
are
I
some
think
checks.
I should liquidate this knight.
And
Maybe.
yeah, and it's easier to play for white here.
Even though I had knight f4, maybe even.
Maybe you
With
should.
ideas 92 and
Maybe you should.
like even perpetual check could be one of them.
But yeah,
Check,
something like
king, not here.
you want to
I
go
think
there.
maybe g7.
And king in knight e2. Yes.
So now I support this pawn on d6. You can take it immediately. So what if you play like rook a8?
Well, then check.
Then check. And where do I go? Like g2 first?
Where do you go?
Because if you go back, I go to h2. And maybe this is the way how you win the second pawn or something like that. But now I think I have rook f4. But yeah, I don't want to take on g4. Let's show it like rook f4.
Yeah, rook f4,
Knight a6. And
takes.
I don't want to take because of
If
king
you
f3.
take, then king f3.
Unfortunately, for
It's
black.
less than ideal.
Mhm.
And this is nothing because knight c7.
So
And maybe now check.
Maybe before that.
Still doesn't work.
No, it's the same. Yes. good variation. Yes. No, I could play knight c1
When?
after knight a6.
Here?
Knight c1.
Yeah, but do you really want to play that?
Rook g4? No, I'm not sure. No, I think it will be fun.
Ah, yeah, rook g4.
At least I have also 2 pawns, right? Here.
Yeah.
Who runs quicker?
I know.
And now it's a race, yes?
It is. Yeah, it is indeed a race, and
Okay, now like this you won my knight maybe even. King g2.
yeah, I wouldn't mind.
So in
And
the game
it's
this
exactly
is
what's happening. Yeah. So knight c6, rook d6 is on the board, and Jiner took on before rook f6 and king e2. She played very fast also. Yeah, the king maybe
yes,
it makes
maybe
more
belongs
sense.
to
Yeah,
the other
makes
side.
more sense to place to king here.
No, but I mean, for example, it can be still a little bit unpleasant, no? Okay, first of all, we can exchange, yes?
I think we
Take.
should exchange, and now we should start pushing our pawn somehow. Maybe this
C6,
feels
yes.
like a move.
And then next move like king g7. Maybe
King
and
g7
f5.
and f5, yeah.
No, this looks logical.
And
Perhaps
this looks...
this is
yeah,
what
and
she's
Nana
done.
takes, no...
She took, finally, we discovered the best way to play for...
Yeah, after 9
black?
days, finally
Yes.
we discovered.
yes, just on time, yes. Before Nana showed it on the board. Yes.
And rook c6, maybe rook d6 to cut the king off. But we want to maybe have an option to check from here. Somehow the C file is always the most important. Because
No, I wonder if like white can stop black from doing everything like rook b7, something like that, because your idea is to play f5. This is what you told me, but
maybe I lied. Maybe I can play this.
yes, and now threaten g4, king f3,
But yeah, and check.
king g3, and f5 still, yes.
Well,
Even.
no, I don't want to get cut off
Yes,
with my
so you
king,
want to
so I
first
want to
bring
bring
the
the king, but and you know,
No, but,
it's
rook b6, rook a7.
it's somehow still drawish. So we go back here. You
Yes,
play e3, and it's a mutual.
situation.
So
Yes.
I play something like h6, then bring my king here, then play f5. But you with white. Yeah, so this maybe is tricky for white to hold because you cannot really untie.
Untie, yes, here. So let's
So
see.
I
The players,
would-
at least, I have feeling that this game moves towards draw.
Yeah,
And
it looks
it's
like
not only about the feelings, it's also that we checked a little bit the lines.
it's an educated guess. Yeah, so what they call.
And Nana made a move. Let's see. the move she
Nana,
made.
what did she play? King g7. Okay, that's also a very valid move. But now the computer actually likes white more, which I'm not sure exactly why. Probably rook c4. I told you, you have to take care of this C file, and because then white starts pushing.
Ah. But how far you go? Like rook b6?
I go
Like
somewhere.
before? Yes, I'm just, I mean, I'm
As far
trying-
as you let me. Let's put it this way.
Yes. So now, and now you, so f5 right away. Let me try.
Yeah, but 5 right away.
Take king f6.
So
I
this
take on
is-
before?
You take on before.
that
I
was
go
my
here,
plan.
or yeah, I go here.
Go
You
back.
don't have to go back, but okay,
Maybe.
maybe you go back. Now I play this.
Ah, yes, I don't have g4.
It's also drawish.
Draw is very drawish, yes. Like so limited amount
Yeah,
of
I
material
mean,
that is hard to imagine. Yes,
It's
somebody will
hard
get
to
too
create
crazy.
anything. Yeah.
Yes. So, and the game of Jiner.
Uh,
Oh, sorry, Badelka, Olga Badelka.
Let's go to Olga's game. Let's see. So she's still thinking.
Yes, and
she has the luxury of time to think here, and rightly so. I mean, she needs to find. And
Can we take on a4?
we're
now
on
that I'm
time
thinking
again.
this?
Let's look at this.
Can
We're
we
on
take
time.
on
She
the-
took on e5 actually.
On a5, yes, my move, which
Your
maybe is
move.
not the best. I must
No, but
admit.
maybe she will play maybe f4 immediately.
This is what we missed. Yes,
That's
we
what
were
she's.
checking.
That's exactly what she played. Yeah.
Okay,
F4.
we were checking
Nice.
different options to play
Nice.
with queen, but
And
F4.
It's probably.
As simple as that.
It looks like the machine approves it.
Yes. Now the idea is if you take on the 4, of course you miss in checkmate. It's queen c3, queen c7 immediately. Just like
Queen
clarify
C3
it.
and that's it.
Yes, and now like black needs to play maybe like c4 or something like that.
Yeah, but then what? Then even this probably.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know if you.
You cannot hold it. So
The idea of
you have
f4
to
is
go
not
back.
only to threaten the pawn, but also move this queen on g2 at the same time protecting b2 square. Yes.
And all your pieces are tied to.
This is a weakness of the king. Yes, with rook and queen.
This is totally game over. What a present for birthday, yeah?
Yeah, but what to do? I mean, it's unpleasant to play, of course, and to win against the opponent who has birthday. But what? I mean,
Yeah, what's it?
it's just
play and
they're all
that's it.
professionals, and something happens.
What happens here? And what's happening here? I think we misplayed it badly. We managed to ruin even this. We're so talented.
Yeah. And actually, I have interesting news. You know, in case if Olga Badelka wins this game, and we discussed it also with Emil that some games may affect the tie break of Anna and Jiner. If they tie for the first place. In case if Olga wins now, because we have some other results already, then Jiner wins the tournament.
Wow, okay.
Which is like, because we were checking.
Because before
these
the
tie
round,
breaks,
if everything was...
was a draw, then it would be on Anna's favor. But now, if Olga wins suddenly, and you know why it happens? Because Anna Muzychuk lost against Olga Badelka, so she doesn't take her points.
Exactly,
right?
and the more Olga
yes.
scores, the less...
Yes, and
she
Jiner,
gets.
how did she play against Olga?
They drew.
They drew, so that's a difference, I think, because
The
she
draw, or
takes...
maybe even...
Yes, Jiner maybe won this game, so it means she takes
Yeah.
all the pawns.
Yeah.
So more she gets, it's better for Jiner. So in any case, this is what I know from the chief arbiter. So it's like official information, and I think she's very close to score today.
Yeah, she's
Very impressive. So-
as close as it gets, I think.
So for her, it could be like two different events. Yes, first half and second half were like two
Definitely,
different
yeah.
tournaments. Like
Definitely.
suddenly she gained her self-confidence, and even though yesterday she lost, but again she was fighting and she had chances to win.
And she had great chances to
Yes.
win, yeah.
So she could be actually on plus at the end if she would have taken all the points she could. Interesting. So
So what else? So Queen G2 looks tempting.
I don't know. Yes, like.
But we need to find a way to win this.
C3.
Maybe it's nothing. Yeah,
What
maybe.
about E6?
Yeah, E6, Queen E7.
Because if just let's show Rook B2, we play Queen B2
Yeah, if
And
Rook
queen is
B2,
hanging.
then I just take and game over.
because C takes B2, we take the Queen. Yeah, so it's
And,
not possible.
Stavroula has only 2.5 minutes. But again, time is not the biggest issue here. So let's say this, Queen D7 only
Yes.
move.
Takes E3, E6. Maybe after E6 it's not necessary. Yeah, but
I'm not sure I even want to actually. I'm not sure I want to play E6. You know, because I want to maybe. I don't want to open this diagonal. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
What I can tell
But
you,
I wanted to
let
play
me tell you
something like this.
something. Rook B2 is just a check. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, this
exactly.
is what
So
we came.
I want to move my queen not to blunder it, and then if you take, then you're again. So there's two mates
Queen is
threatening, and I
No.
want to take here.
Queen is 7.
Queen is 7, and I take here, for instance.
So this you have.
See
'cause
why I
was-
didn't want to play E6?
Uh-huh.
That was my reasoning. Queen D7 on the board, so we will see that. So this is that's the current position.
And she played very quickly.
But she played
I
something.
think Queen E4 or something. I don't know.
No, she
Maybe it was-
went Queen E4.
That's what I said. Queen E4.
Yes, okay.
I think it's also quite good because she's threatening to take on e5. Supported also c4, supported all the pawns.
And how does black some queen e2, queen e7?
Yes, and then c3 still will be a threat, yes.
c3 or even queen a3 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure about queen e4, like, but even though it looks also like very tempting.
It looks tempting,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's very,
So
very
queen
human
e7,
move.
maybe even we, what if we exchange?
Probably we can, yes.
Yes. So if c3,
Maybe
we have
it's
rook g2.
even
I mean,
the easiest way.
I'm not
Queen
sure,
e7
but
on the board. But then c3.
rook g2, maybe, or maybe we don't need it.
Rook g2. But you know, from there to get to a rook endgame with only one pawn,
It's not so bad.
I
not
don't
so
feel like I've achieved too much, you know? Let's see. Maybe we can play something like...
Why do you need it? Can I take and play e6? Still, I want my e6.
What
Or
do you
is-
mean? Here?
Ah, yes.
No,
Here
here you don't play
taken
e6.
queen d4.
Then queen d3.
Ah,
It can become tricky.
annoying.
It can become tricky. And do not let the bar mislead you.
Because it's still not so clear, yes.
Yeah? Maybe there is some move like, I don't know. Maybe
Because
king
yes,
a2.
we're
Why
not
king
really
a2?
obliged to take on e5 right now, yes.
Yeah, not yet.
But maybe then c3 still, and if you take, I have rook b3.
Yeah, but this is maybe a version that I am... sorry, not like
Not
that,
this
of
one,
course.
queen
I mean,
a3 checkmate.
I mean...
You scared me.
Actually, we have queen a4 here.
Oh, very calm.
Or something that you will like even more. Let's show it. d6.
d6.
Now, if you take queen a8 mate, but
Oh.
you will, of course, play the tricky queen e6, preparing for this. Check.
Wow. Even I didn't know it, yes.
So,
Coming, yes.
so we will have to
Think again what to
think
do.
again, recalculate.
Oh. Is it to c4 or what?
c4 probably, yeah.
C4.
Threatening this still. But, you know,
It's complicated.
it's a
not-
bit too complicated for +5, right?
Yes.
I mean, when you see +5, you
But
imagine
maybe this is what's going
rook
on.
up,
Like, in
right?
every line, you have like one winning move, and you have to find it every time. It's not like you have already a rook in your
Yeah.
pocket. No,
But-
no, not at all. Now actually, it's the same amount of rooks. Before it was at least
Rooks.
exchange up. Now it's not the case.
It's actually equal material. Yeah, totally equal material. So, yeah.
So if you ask yourself like why she's thinking now,
And
she
moves
has
like
something
that,
to think about.
moves like that, you don't really calculate because you think, okay, come on, I had such a winning position, right? And now go into some technical endgame, rook
This
endgame.
is not really pleasant,
No,
right? It's not
no.
pleasant after everything what happened. But I mean, kudos to Stavroula to keep playing still this.
And the time is
line.
kicking. The
How much
time
time she has?
is ticking. 7.5 minutes. So it's not a ton
Against
of time.
2 minutes
Yeah.
of Stavroula, yes.
Stavroula is okay. She's been playing in such a situation for a long time already, and
Interesting.
let's take a short peek at Zhu against Nana.
What has happened? Yes, so
So
King
yeah, so
G7.
King G7, A4, H6, and B3. Yes. Nothing much. Not much changed. Nana
I
has
think rook
4
d6
minutes
is
for
a move now.
2 moves.
Perhaps rook d6, or what do you think? But actually, White has a plan like a5 and rook b6.
Yeah. So maybe we can. How do we play it?
For sure, we don't exchange the rooks.
No, we don't exchange the rook. But
Yes,
if
we
okay, if you play a5,
Yes.
I have I want to have
Rook c5,
rook c5,
yes.
yes, or rook d5. It depends. And if you go there, then okay, f5, and I'm asking why am I?
Look at this. Nana played King
Nana,
F8.
King F8, and now the bar jumps.
Why?
Wow. Now probably this. So
A5. So what is the difference? Like I
I
cannot believe it.
I don't understand. The difference is that you cannot
Yes, you
attack
cannot
the pawn.
play Rook D5. Oh,
And if you go there,
check.
and let's say this here and this, all of a sudden,
Also H6 is hanging, right?
exactly.
Uh-oh.
And this is unpleasant.
No, but King
I don't
King F8.
understand
Like why you would play
so
this move?
Nana is misplaying it a little bit.
Is it like a big chance for Jiner to?
It looks like a very decent chance. Because, for instance, if you play King E7 now, so there might be a check first, or maybe even it should be calculated. Let's once and for all calculate what's this.
King D6. Like
King
we have to be in the
D6.
square of the pawn. Yeah. We could do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but of course it's better
much
to
fun.
show
It's
it.
much more fun to do this like this,
Yes.
but we lose with white.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ah, no, we win. Sorry. Okay.
I wish you see during this event with all these pawn
with all the pawn
promotions.
runs. But
Yes.
okay, but that's important.
That's
right?
important. So
And Zhu did not use this chance. She could have.
no, like A5, of course. Like it's the only.
And now
idea.
after King E3, Nana
Probably she ran back. No?
brings her king to
Ah.
E7. Yeah, maybe they kind of, but now now there is a check. Where do you go? If you go here, then
I mean, you have Rook
Maybe.
B6 also. To
Rook B6. Ah, yeah, and I have to go
Yes.
back and then A6 even, yeah,
I
or
thought
or
even
even take. Oh, take and you
even,
win.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. Promote.
this is totally exactly. Sorry. So this check. If we this endgame is totally lost, as you pointed out, because we just push this pawn. The king will have to run.
I was
towards the
wondering,
pawn
could we
and
push
just-
it immediately? No. Ah, no. Then it's in the square.
We
yes.
don't need to.
Exactly.
We don't need to because this is easily
Same.
winning.
So she cannot exchange the queens, so she needs to go to the last rank. After Rook B7, Rook King E8, for example. I don't know.
This is already.
It's tricky, yes? No, just even look at the
unpleasant.
pieces, yes. Passive.
This maybe.
Why not A5?
Maybe E5 better. Yeah.
Using the fact that king is far away, and after Rook
And
B6,
if
I will
Rook
threaten.
F4, then
What do you want, actually? I take on G4.
I want to take.
Can be a race.
Maybe Rook
Yes.
B6.
Take,
But it's
take
a race.
this one. Ah, Rook B4 you have. Rook
B4.
even Rook G3. Yeah, or Rook
Yeah.
B4.
Probably still holdable, but she made it much. Nana made it a bit more difficult than it should have been, I think.
Yeah, so she may need to
Let's jump
defend
back
descending.
to. Okay, so King A2, C3.
Yes.
So we are not totally crazy, right?
Yes,
so
yes, yes, there are
the
some
players
chances, yes. No, I think C3 was the only move, yes, after King
C3,
A2.
B3, and we see on our screen that Jiner did give a check on B7, and Nana will have to go back to the to the back rank. And I think we should stay with this game for now.
Oh, let's at least analyze what's going on, yes, because now they have not so much time. So Stavroula made a move with 2
Rook
seconds
E8.
actually on her clock, really?
Wow,
Yes,
yeah.
sir, she has
2 seconds
30
on the clock. Wow.
Wow, this is already, it's getting crazier. No, but look
But Rook
look
E-
what
and
happened.
She found a great move.
Yes. So I think Rook B3 we discussed was not.
Yes, B6, right? Was good.
Yes.
But Rook E8,
Now
she wants to play this Rook endgame.
exchange. She wants to take basically on A4. Yes.
Yes. Well, probably.
And if you take on E5, you take with the queen.
Yes. If we take on e5, then queen e5, and okay, rook endgame.
No, so,
But
you're right.
great.
It's psychologically, it's
Great,
a bit hard.
but
yes.
here I think even objectively you have very good
Chances,
drawing
yeah.
chances because you start attacking. I mean, the rook comes from here, and you attack many things.
Maybe even check first and then rook
Yeah.
e3. Yes, so it's unclear at all.
Maybe
What
rook
do you need to
e1.
play? Or f5.
But again, I mean, to play rook e1, you really need a lot of nerves to move the rook from g1 to e1.
Yeah, so to kind of accept that the whole battle is in the center.
And
Yes.
I really feel, I feel for Olga because yesterday she had such a promising position and she messed it up, and now she all of a sudden it's
Like
a little bit
Queen
escaping.
f7 maybe after.
Yeah, but then we can take.
But
And rook
you can
e2.
take how to defend against this.
No, that's true.
I'm just trying to find yes
That's
something
true.
at least.
So it's probably still winning.
No, yes, it looks winning, but you need still
Check.
yes, king g3 maybe or queen.
Yes.
Oh, yes, some queen.
Oh, and now we will start doing the same.
Oh,
No, but it's still probably still is somehow, right? Queen b4 or queen a4 even. Well, that would be crazy, right?
yes,
So
it is.
we
But
change.
okay, now that you explained me the idea, maybe even like queen d7 better. I like more queen d7. My idea is to take maybe on h3 or queen b5.
Now that you tell me,
Wow. I mean, it's not so simple. Yes.
still take, yeah? Take or
I
what
don't
do you
know,
do?
queen b5 as well, like what you do.
Queen
Queen
b5.
b4, yes, you established.
I
Okay, this
guess.
ending is winning
I
after.
guess,
Queen b4
yeah.
cannot take.
But queen d5.
Queen d5 then, yes. So what else? Rook b1. But
Rook b1. Great move.
Yeah, rook
Not
b1.
rook c1. Rook b1.
Yeah, but not even one square, yes, to do something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Domination. e6 coming.
Yes. Okay. So if I take on h3, it was my second hope.
Your second
Like
hope.
at least to get one
Yeah,
point.
but here
You have time to play.
you want to take,
Yes,
yeah?
I want to take on c3, even though, yeah, that's a good point. Like e6, queen c3.
e6 and yeah, you
Queen c3
manage
protecting
to cover
the
this
diagonal.
diagonal.
So what if, but maybe you can play first something like
Queen d4.
queen d4 maybe, yes, protecting c3 and threatening.
So now you definitely know that you've done something wrong, but you still need to win this game again, right? For the second time.
The funny thing is like queen g2 maybe not good because
Why?
king a1, and I thought about rook b8, but you have e6 and
E6.
rook g1.
Yeah, but maybe this.
You have this, yes. I thought about
but that's,
king
that's
g8,
right,
but rook
yeah.
g1, so queen g7.
Let's show it. So if here, then rook g1, and we cover this,
Yes.
and we pin.
So no queen
so
b2.
this is
Illegal move.
But she didn't. Oh, she just took on a4. Interesting.
Wow. Just kind of protecting
Just
her king.
took on e4 on a4. Oh, the
That
point is
is,
that you
yes.
cannot take because of check.
And
Queen
what?
e5, rook e1.
Okay, this is very smart. This is
Yeah,
very
this
smart
is
because
clever.
queen d4, rook e8 check first,
And then you take.
take and f3. Just to continue the line, rook e1. You're on time
Oh.
too. Just by the way, just to show you that there is also a pawn,
Yeah.
but rook e1 is on time. Yes, but for the second, you were a little bit.
Yeah, you scared me. If you continue, like yesterday, when she went for king b3, all of a sudden she
So
forget.
I saw the fear in your eyes. Like,
I skipped a bit. Come on.
Am I losing here? Okay, this was funny. Yeah, but
Queen
f7. Yes.
So
Wow.
the idea is that here there is check. So you cannot take on e5.
I'm not sure
Very
still you
easy.
cannot take on the 5 because if e8 is hanging.
Yeah, but where do you go?
Yeah, that's correct. Rook
If you
b8
go
will be, yes.
exactly.
Nice. No,
Oh,
but you
let's
can.
show it, yeah.
Yes, you need
So
to.
here, if you go here, it's check.
Yeah.
And if you go with the king to b3, then check on b8
First,
first.
intermediate move.
Very important not to blunder the. And then you don't even take the rook, you take the queen. So, kind of,
Greedy.
yeah.
How greedy you are. So what?
Wow.
What,
Olga, what did she play?
something queen e4 back or what?
Queen
Maybe
e4
queen e4
back,
back.
yeah. Wow.
But now it's a bit. So the point is
She's
that-
claiming nothing much changed. Now
But
I
you
took
can
a
take
pawn.
on a 4.
You cannot take on a 4.
I mean,
That's
with
the problem.
queen.
Ah,
No,
with
like
queen.
this, of course, it's losing. But
Ah,
can
yeah,
you take
you're
with
right.
the
With
queen?
the queen, you can.
Like
Can you?
At least maybe they will transfer into the rook ending.
Yeah.
So what is going on
So
here?
is
Is it like so waiting for white? Maybe it is.
Maybe the point is this. There's this move.
Queen of 7. Like
Wow.
c6. I think it's all on the board. Ah, no, she played
It's
c6 right away.
She played c6 right away. That's a move we haven't seen. And she finished her 40 moves.
Yes, which means that players will get half an hour each and will be able to think a little bit about the position. But what a game. I mean, it felt like Stavroula will collapse long
Yeah,
time ago,
and,
but she's not. She keeps fighting and...
Great fighting. I mean, again, the computer says she's still losing, but you know, she's balancing on -5 for like 15 moves already, right? So,
Exactly, yes. No, c6 also is an interesting
wow.
move. She could also take on a 4, but I don't know.
So what's this? Do we play c4 here?
Maybe the idea is similar, like take on d5, and if you take with the queen on the 4, maybe it's still a bit different story. Now the pawns are not connected, and you don't have.
Actually, I don't believe that this is +5 for some reason.
I don't know, like what's going. Maybe we need to refresh. Maybe something changed already.
Either we need to refresh the computer or ourselves,
Yes.
right? Because something is wrong.
Yeah, it's unclear. Also, white's king is quite.
Although I can believe that it could be winning for white because the king is cut off.
Don't try to convince yourself. You know.
I am trying, kind of. Yes,
Yes,
I
like
am
rook
trying.
e2, rook e3.
I'm
is still
trying
a
to
threat.
convince.
Yes, yes. Maybe, but unclear.
Okay,
in my-
c6. Wow,
c6 looks interesting. Yes. So
it's great.
it's clear that white is like 2 pawns up, but it's very concrete position and everything is still possible.
maybe
You
we
have to
should
be very careful.
Take
Take
like that.
and take with
See if you take with the queen.
Check. Yes.
Take.
Yes. Rook e1 or what?
Well, we have 2 extra pawns. I don't want to let your king out. Maybe I
But
don't
then
have
I'll
a
take
choice.
one back and okay, with 1 pawn I'm so happy. Like I've never had better position. In
Yeah,
this
that's
game.
the
Yes,
best.
if I
That's
take
by
on
far
f5.
the best you've had the
Yes.
whole game. Yeah.
But you're thinking about rook g5, but
I
have
was thinking,
h6,
but then
yes?
you have h6, yeah, and here you
eventually
you play
king goes
king
out.
h7, and I cannot keep you locked, and I just lost a pawn, and not happy about that.
Maybe it's still winning though. Like you cut
No, it probably is,
and
but
start running
it's,
with a pawn.
you need
Yes.
you need to win it again.
and you need to be sure because you don't go to the ending without really like kind of calculating it until the end. But now Olga got some time to think about the position. I'm sure she'll spend like maybe like 10-15 minutes trying to understand if she didn't play a move. Yes, so c6 is on the board, and she's still
unfortunately for her, she couldn't get up and refresh, and she needs to keep thinking after all this that happened. You would like to be able to get up from the board, right, and to just wash your face or something like that, because
have a coffee, but you need I mean, sometimes you can do it even if it's your move and you really need to go to the player's area. For example, you can ask the arbiter on your move that you are, I mean, just to tell to the arbiter that you need some time. So it's fine. But normally players, they don't like to do so, right?
Yeah.
So any communication during the game is like can distract you. And
actually, thinking of it, this might be very straightforward because your king is
that's what
cut
I
off.
thought also. Yes, maybe just king runs together with this pawn and it's
just
winning. Yes.
push and win because yeah.
Like more I was looking at this ending, more I was not sure if it's like defendable.
It's not. It's not. And if you don't go there, so for instance, if you don't exchange the queens, you play something like that.
Maybe this is what you need to do, but then you have still some problems with your king.
Some.
Yes. So queen d4 maybe, because you want to play
Yeah.
d4, yes?
Yeah, I was for a second. I was considering to play.
Now queen e6, but then e5.
Ah, but
comes.
wait.
Yeah.
This is, I think, where black plays and wins in one.
Here.
Yes.
Asking queen f2, yes. Two difficult questions, yes. Wow.
So this is how we lose with white.
Unbelievable.
So
Just to understand how many problems still can happen on each move, yes. Let's go to Jiner. Let's check,
go to
because
Jeu,
they
but-
also probably reached the time control, and I don't understand anything.
okay, no. Okay.
So the second, Alik was shocked with
I was
the
shocked
whole
because
equation, but
we're still seeing +5 from the previous game.
yes.
Okay, and that's something that we have discussed, right? So
So
king
she
d8,
played
she
king d8, not e8.
king d4, now rook f4,
Threatening g4 pawn.
and what we will see
And we
now
see the race.
a race.
But I like king d8 because she put her king closer to the pawns.
King c5 was played by Zhu. And what do we take, or do we play f5?
Oh,
Because speed
Okay,
might
it's
be
hard.
more important than the pawn here.
this is interesting, yes. And maybe even f5 is not a bad idea because we give a
need to-
check and then
yeah.
play g4. I like f5.
We need to calculate
because
here,
if you
but
play here,
the
rook
idea is
f6
here.
at least,
Exactly.
and g4.
Yeah,
And
but-
actually, if you play like rook b6, then you exchange and black is winning.
Yeah,
So
but
rook
what about
g7.
this?
Maybe it was too optimistic.
Might be.
Yeah. Because rook f4, now you'll take on a6, even though rook f4 maybe and rook b4.
Rook f4, you take rook b4.
Sorry,
Almost like that. Yeah,
Yes, rook
almost.
b4. Like, I'm trying to remove as many. Yeah, you want to take yes on h6, perhaps.
Yeah, but it's
I take,
it's also a
I
drawish.
think it's, yes, it looks very drawish.
Because those pawns usually don't win together. Especially that I don't even need this one, actually. But
Still can be.
we'll see. This should be
King
quite
c7.
automatic, yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay,
looks
h6.
like drawish. Yes. Take and rook b6. Or
No, but even this, I mean, this.
like king stays.
Although when the rook is from this side, I think this is losing. So this is losing. If the rook was here, it would be draw because we just keep following the pawn and white cannot do anything. But when the rook is on the side, it's losing. So we need to be careful. And let's see if we can maybe go. So what happens if we take?
Yes, I was thinking about rook f7, maybe.
Rook f7, and now, so this loses because you just take and go.
Go back in
back
d4 and
with
take the
king.
pawn, collect the pawn.
If we go here,
This. You just
you
want
play before.
before. But take and g4.
Take king
yes, with
d6.
check also.
No, I wanted to play
King
king
d6,
d6,
yes,
but
rook
you
d4,
just run.
check.
And
No. Yes, because you want to take on h5. Yes,
let's
so king
see,
d6,
check
king c8.
This, king c8,
Maybe.
king c6. This might be losing actually.
Because this rook will be a bit out. Yeah.
Because you have to go here, and we are just one.
Yes. So suddenly Nana can be even in trouble in this position because it's
You
black
need
who
to-
needs
You need to calculate very concretely here, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. So it's still unclear in both games. Like with Olga Badelka, who's thinking now about her position. And
She played c4 actually.
yes. C4.
Yeah,
No,
she played
c4.
c4.
We discussed it a little
Yeah.
bit.
And now we said that this might be
losing, yes. No, this one we
No,
didn't
this
discuss.
might be interesting. Because if we start pushing, so maybe we go there. We have the benefit of the king here, yeah? So for instance, if you run
Rook F1,
all the way,
Rook E2, or Rook F8, what are you going to play?
one of them,
Mhm.
I don't know. Let's say Rook F8. So yeah, this is, or we don't even play King D7. First we support it with the king. You cannot pass here.
Mhm.
So you probably need to play Queen Rook E2, yes?
So to have the option with the king to go
So you
there
want
and
to
also
play
give
this.
checks, maybe. But we're not on time with the king.
Why?
Oh,
If you play this, then Rook D2.
so if I play King D3 first, then you have time to play Rook E6.
That's a problem. At
No,
which,
no,
so-
Rook E6.
Yeah.
Rook
Here,
E6 is
this,
important.
and
So
again, A and H. Against,
actually, yes, similar
it will be
endings
similar, yeah.
for both games. Yes.
So what does she? No, but I'm very intrigued by this +5.
Still, yes,
Yeah. So it doesn't feel like +5 to me here.
yes. How do you know how computers feel to understand what it feels like for +5 or +3?
Well, it is some concrete win, obviously, but
Yes.
I don't,
Yes.
and I'm not ashamed of it.
No.
I should be probably, but I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, I propose to have a short break now that
And to
players
check,
are
with
thinking.
check the
yes,
line with the computer.
to check it is like to understand what's going on. Yes, so we will go for a short break and don't go anywhere because we will see the end of these games and we'll find out soon who will win the Grand Prix tournament.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready to check the last minutes of the games in the last round of the Grand Prix tournament? We are ready with Alik, I think. So it seems like it's going towards the end, and multiple exchanges were made in this game.
As we predicted, and but Nastya, first I have a confession.
Yes.
I cheated.
You cheated. Yes. Finally, you used the machine.
Yes, I had to check with the machine because it doesn't look like +5. I mean, it is winning for white, but there is a forced line that does it. And for example, if you just play a4 here, there is no longer any win because the king just comes to support the pawn.
But this is what we predicted with you, yes? So the king will just
and once we're able to do that, and then it's already holdable. The point for how white can win this is by forcing us to give up the f pawn for the d pawn, and we must be in time to cut the king off along the f5.
And I think this is this type of position with pawn at the edge of the board where it matters how far the
pawn is exactly.
So if
had the pawn been on a2, you would start checking me, and it would probably still be winning because we are keeping we are protecting the pawn. But now anyway, it is winning because the rook alone cannot
fight with the one pawn, and king and pawn, yes. So perhaps, but that's why probably Olga is thinking here about it. And she can find just by excluding, yes.
She has to, yes, but she needs to be very sure that
this one is drawish.
That this is First of all, she needs to be sure that this is drawish. It's not clear that it's so clearly
because actually
drawish.
It's very tempting, yes, to start moving a pawn.
This, or even for a human, even king c5 looks very natural, right?
Exactly.
But then again, as we said, once the king crosses this f line, it's no longer winning.
And I'm trying to see how much time she spent, and actually, as we predicted, she is thinking. She spent like 15 minutes in total, yes. And it's very important. And we can see that she feels it's not over, that she should be very, very concrete in this position and find the best variation out of all of this. Yes, many candidates moves, it's not that easy.
Yes, and only one winning, apparently. For instance, if you play king d3 here, then this one is maybe even is quite simple,
because you
we take with the check, and then so for instance, if you play this, we take here, and then if you run, we can even go back and protect from behind. But it's not over. Let's go to Jujiner's game, because there it's also
the line
that we discussed.
Yes, so the rook is on h5, which is
it's very interesting. So the computer keeps keeping this, holding this position for black, but not easy.
No, nothing is easy,
So we looked at knight and king d6, and king c6 does lose, as we predicted, because we gained this very important tempo, and the pawn runs.
So black needs to play king
e8.
Yes, threatening the rook, at least winning a tempo. And now
if you play this, then
maybe I have rook h4.
Maybe rook h4. Yes.
So I'm trying to bring my pieces back and organize.
Exactly, and you're in time to do that. But white has a very interesting idea here. Instead of king d6, white can play b5, and after ab5, a5, which even if it doesn't win, it can give you a heart attack, right?
Absolutely,
because all of a sudden this one runs, and now you have a check,
protecting the pawn.
Now important not to go to b6, because as I have done many times before,
Then we have g1.
g1 is a check,
Yes.
right? And all of a sudden black wins, and you cannot prevent it because on rook g7 there is always
Fantastic
rook
move, rook
g5. Yes.
g5, yes. Mhm.
So everything is in place for this.
So it's important not to go on b6.
So
yes,
we
but
don't go to b6. We go instead. We go to d6.
Again,
With
threatening.
threatening checkmate.
Yes.
And then once you go back, then we try to. So let's think. So for instance, if we go here, then rook
G5,
g5.
yes.
yeah?
It seems like
No, rook g5 loses,
why?
right? Am I right or
Ah,
am
you
I
mean
right?
take a6? Yes,
Because
no
we
checks.
just take.
You just establish it,
And
and now we are not in the square.
No check, and we are in time, right?
Yes.
And we are the one checking, and
I'm
winning.
taking this pawn.
So rook g5 doesn't work, but the computer still holds it. Let's think how. So for instance, if you play before a6,
Rook a5.
rook a5, a7,
So what is your threat? To give me a check. So king f8.
king f8.
But the rook b7, yes.
Still rook b7, and but maybe
But
it's
still
not over.
g3, yes, g3.
right?
Rook b8.
Rook b8.
King f7.
King
Whatever.
f7.
7, g7.
a8.
Yes. I
Take,
take. But
take.
g2.
G2, we are right in time.
Yes, and like
And
h5 is not working.
Yeah,
king
but,
e5 can
but I
f4.
think h5 here, what happens after h5? So
Instead of g2. h5, king e5. Maybe
King
white isn't on
e5,
time.
and now g2.
Ah, now g2. Okay, now I have to play rook a1.
Rook a1, h4,
Four.
king f4, and,
And
just in time.
Look at this,
right?
yes, just on time. Unbelievable.
Just in time. Now let's see how we save it with black. Because it should be savable. But just goes
No,
to
it's
show
not
you. I
that-
mean,
not so
you know, we
simple
see
at all.
here we see a 0-0, there we see +5, but for a
Why?
human it's
Yes.
pretty much the same, right?
Maybe we had to start with some king f8 at certain point. I don't know.
So before probably doesn't work.
Yes, so let's come back.
But wait, we can here maybe we can play,
g3
but
and
it's
check.
the same.
Same,
yeah?
yes, yes,
G3,
yes.
check king here.
Maybe it's a bit
check,
different.
Take. Maybe we can play king f6 here.
Mhm.
Pushing. Oh, sorry. Misclick. Pushing the king away. What is this?
But
This
I
is
think rook
winning for
g8.
white. Yeah, just rook
Rook
g8
g8.
and game over.
Well, I know. Why? b3? No.
No,
Why suddenly it's
I think.
No. computer is also getting a little bit tired, yes, by the end.
Okay, so how do we proceed with black here? Oh, it's actually Jiner is thinking, and I think she should come up with this. And how do we?
Yeah, because it's very tempting to start running with this pawn and give a check and
Yeah,
kind
it feels very natural, right? But then, what do you do here?
another option is like rook f5, no? And rook f6.
Rook f5.
If you take on g4, I play rook f6 and
But
rook
what
a6.
about this one?
And yes, so the idea was like a rook c5 now. If you play
Maybe
a6, I play rook.
That's how. No, rook c5. Rook c5 is checkmate.
Ah.
Yes.
We forgot about this, yes.
The tiny,
I was
tiny
so
detail.
concentrated on how to stop the pawn that I forgot about possible checkmate. Yes, so king is 6, king f8.
King
No,
f8,
this is
rook
loser,
g4,
yes.
Yes. I
No, but
think.
you could even take the rook probably. No?
Even take the rook. yeah.
Just reason. We have to calculate until the end.
No,
though.
we don't. We just run. I think we. No. No.
King f8.
Chess is such a difficult game.
Yeah.
So take. So now
Now you can
it
take on
doesn't work
g4.
because G1 is
Then
we don't promote with the check, right?
yes, exactly. And I
And if
take
we take, then we
before.
run here. Unbelievable.
So it's not so simple. So king, but okay, if it's the only move, I mean, good luck finding all these moves.
Yeah, it's not easy at all.
I have a feeling that Jiner may find it, and she's spending lots of time as well. Not without the reason. She's looking for the best chance in this position.
Absolutely.
Like, but again, yes, to give like 3 pawns for 1 pawn. Like after
Yeah, but
b5,
it
you
just
have to accept the fact that you actually 2 pawns down.
Yeah, but as we discussed, it doesn't really matter how many pawns. It's like how advanced they are.
Yes,
And
this is the the most popular motive in the endings, where you sacrifice lots of material in order to give the chance to 1 pawn to run.
Yes, exactly. And actually, this pawn on b5 it plays in white's favor because black doesn't have checks. White king can find cover behind the pawn on the b file. So that's interesting. Shall we jump to Olga's game?
Yes, yes. Let's see if she found. I think she didn't find. It was really hard. I must tell you, I was thinking about it, and I kind of realized that it's not so simple at all.
Oh my God!
So
Olga,
she played very natural.
Very natural, very
way.
human-like. Yes.
I mean, it's still not over. Stavroula still needs to find it. You know, it's not like.
Well, she already played king g7, and now king f6 is coming.
Probably the move, yes. And king f6 once again.
For instance, if you play a6,
Where do you
king
go?
e5.
King e5, yes. I can't believe it. After everything what happened, if this game will finish in draw, it's going to be really a present for Stavroula for her birthday.
That's the present, you
This is
see?
really a present. Like this half a point can be a very, very well-deserved also present, because Stavroula actually put such a good resistance in this game. Like I would have lost this game already like 20 times. And she kept playing with only moves. It wasn't easy at all.
But actually, it's still not easy because
No, it's not.
this is still winning for white. For instance, if we just go and take, then this would be easily winning for white. So
How to make a draw?
let's think how we make the draw here. So we go here, a6. Maybe we check first.
Asking the
Check.
question,
Yeah.
yes. So like,
Where do you go?
if you go to d3, for example,
If you go to d3,
then rook a2, yes. Then rook a2, and it's still a little bit different story. No king c5, right? And if I play king c5 instead of not king,
where?
after the check,
King-
not king c5, king b5 after rook c2.
So here king b5, but then I go here.
Yes. And now, let's say if you play a7,
a7, rook a2.
some rook f2. I don't know if it's.
Now the problem is that if you run with the king, I keep checking you.
Yes, forever. Yes.
For
Until when you.
yeah. And
But maybe you can run all the way to d7.
yeah, you
check.
will. You can.
But it's going to be with check, yes?
But then I come back.
Yes, and rook f2, you have
Rook
rook
f2, I
a7
check.
check. Yes, king c6.
King c6, rook a6.
Yeah, that's important.
And I
yes.
keep checking you until you go, for instance, here, and then I can even play
Rook d6
rook
even,
d6
yes.
or rook h6, and this is rook d6 better.
Yeah, good point, yes.
Or not rook d6. Let's make a good move for a change. Let's go here.
Threatening the pawn and like asking question, how are you going to defend it? Rook d2 though?
Okay, let's make a really good one.
Rook a3.
Rook a3, or even maybe better, rook a8 and rook d2. Play this.
Yes, and then you give checks, yes, and come back. So it was played, yes? King f6 is on the board. She played
f6
a6.
is on the board, h6, and
now, wow, it's maybe the only move rook c2 now.
It's the last chance, because if you play king e5, a7,
A6.
So a6.
A6.
If we play king e5, a7, then king rook c2 is no longer possible because of king b3. So yeah, so rook c2 is probably the draw here.
Yeah, but you need to realize it. It's not simple at all. I mean, you have to find out. And she has time. She has 20
time.
minutes. It's important. And
Maybe rook c2 is not actually drawing anymore. Ah, wait, no. King f6. Yeah. Maybe king b3 anyway.
king b3.
King b3 is very strong here.
Rook c. Ah, yes, I understand the point. Now it's
You
going to be
cannot
with
get
check.
there, and I just run. So what does black do?
No,
here?
but wait. If rook c7 now, or something
c7,
like
I
that,
just take.
you take rook king e5.
Yeah, but this is, I guess it's still...
But now my king is kind of
it's
closer.
much closer,
Yes.
but my pawn is also closer. And I want to check, and king b6. Okay, so but wait, but it's still a draw. How do we make the draw here? Maybe rook a2. Right now. But a7.
Yes, I'm trying to understand. Yes, and like king e5, we go to your line. Yes.
Yeah,
Take,
king
take.
e5 is probably not a good idea. Yeah. So how do we keep it? King e7 maybe.
And if you take, I take on the 7.
If you take, we take here.
King.
And the point is that you are not in time. So we want to
I think the
keep
move was played.
the king in front of the
Yes, rook
pawn.
a2 is on
Rook
the
a2
board.
she played. Wow. Well played by Stavroula. It's unbelievable.
Yes, she's like suddenly such a good defender. Like, wow. I mean, it's not
But
like
if it's even hard to imagine what will happen if to Olga if she doesn't win this game. I mean, this is after yesterday and today.
so a7 was played right away.
A7 was played, and now we are expecting
No, we can still
king
play a move.
e7
Yes.
probably should be.
So king e5, you established it's losing or what? Or it's
Even
still
if I
unclear?
established it, it doesn't matter anything.
Like king e5.
But then rook h2 and check here. So this is
So the
important. So
difference
that
is
we have
somehow-
check and check. Right?
So when we had king on e7, then we had king
And
d7
exactly.
move.
And
Yes?
if we have king in a7
Okay,
here,
how to understand this difference? My
so
goodness.
you take, and now if you check, then king
King
d7.
d7. So now rook e6.
And now rook e6 is a different story because we have check from here
Yes.
and rook h4. I think.
Try to understand all this in during
if
the
you
game
go to
after 5 hours
a6,
of play. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
let's
we
jump to
just take.
Jiner. I feel that maybe we have to also check.
Jiner, yes, our leader. And she is,
And
wow,
she
she
found-
found.
and
She
she
found
found the
d5.
move.
And and
Yes.
Nana will need to find a way to not lose this.
Yes, because we we were trying to find a way not to lose it, but we
We
were not so successful so far.
Cannot brag.
Yes, it wasn't easy at all. Yeah, we realized all the problems of this position and how you can actually lose. No, but
So what did we say? King e8?
I mean, but okay, this position is so concrete. It's just so much calculation. We could see all these pawns running from both sides, and so it seems like she calculated. But I'm not surprised after her game against Divya, where she found
Yeah.
this h8 knight
Absolutely.
line with all these checkmates. I mean, we are aware of the fact that Jiner is really, really good in calculations and in tactical play. But still, very concrete position. Let's
The computer still
hold it.
insists that it's a draw.
Yeah.
So let's see how we draw it.
So but it's like study like position, definitely.
Most likely, yeah.
Yes. Like if it's the only moves.
So again, if we play before is maybe not the move to make. Rook g5, as we said, doesn't work because we just take.
And a6, yes.
And
So
a6.
at least we excluded this line.
Which is good. You said
h3.
rook f5, but then king e6.
Yeah, because we were
Unpleasant.
checking this rook h3, rook h3. It seems like you are really fast, right?
So rook f5, king e6. And if you play king f8, so maybe that's the way to go. Because now if we take, as you said,
Yes, then before we also
then
our g3.
we promote, and white promotes without a check, which is extremely
Was important, yes.
yeah? And if we don't take, if we go, for instance, if we take here,
If we take here, at least now I think we're on time even to play before and before.
Before
no?
we-
Ah,
no,
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 you
no.
take. You will lose the rook. Yes, rook.
so,
F6.
but we can probably go
One.
here, yes? Is this enough?
No rook a4, which is
It's
important.
extremely important.
So now finally we found the use of b5 pawn. Yes.
And now,
Where are you
sorry,
going? Yes. King d6.
and king d6. We're in
you
time.
just-
We're
you
in
just
time
take
to
it,
just
yes.
to just take it. Okay.
Yeah, no,
And
this
now
is
it's white
drawish.
who needs
This is
to make the
drawish.
draw.
At least we found one line, but you have to realize that after
But
king
wow,
f8.
to find king f8, it's rook f5. You need to find rook f5. I'm not sure it's the only move. Let's see if it's the only move.
I mean, you explained me that rook h3 is not a move, right?
But why?
a6 and a7.
a6, right, yes. So
Let's say this one is like not like
this is a crucial, and for this reason,
this is the most important line, because if you check it until the end, you have to really find all the way that the king is on time actually
Yeah.
to catch these pawns.
but wait, maybe there's an easier way. Maybe king f8.
Now king f8.
No. To
And
force you either to
take.
move away.
So if you
But wait.
a6, this pawn is not helping. Huh? Take a7.
What is this?
You sure no
It's probably
fortresses?
Yeah, it probably is.
Yes, this is typical.
Horrible.
Yes,
Yeah.
maybe, but again, like you don't want to do it to yourself.
No, maybe that's
The
quite
easiest.
easy because white doesn't have too much time to play because g2 is.
Like, are you absolutely sure it's like a king e7?
You want to mate me g2?
Yes.
So tricky, but g2?
I mean, I want, but I don't know if there is.
No, you might lose.
Yes, this I may lose. Yes, so we're not playing like this. I just wanted to scare you as usually.
You managed.
But you are not from weak.
Zhu plays actually rook e7. That's interesting. The point being that she wants to this extra tempo. But what is this? It's so difficult.
So now if a6, I mean sometimes you don't have this rook d5 definitely, but
And that's what happened. So she checked and she plays a6. Now let's check. So if we go there, and here.
yes, maybe there is also like rook
G3.
a6 sometimes.
Check. King f7. Right? This is a bit straightforward.
And remember, we were checking like king f6, but I think we came to conclusion that it's
Yeah, but maybe we can play this first.
yes, rook
Rook
a1,
a1.
rook g1. I'm threatening.
You're saying rook g1. And if I play b3, then you are in time.
But it's forced now. Like Why computer is still optimistic? Let's try to find out.
Yeah, let's try to find out why the computer is
Maybe
still
you have rook
optimistic.
h1.
Where?
Now? Yes, rook h1. The idea is
What's-
7 and
how
go
is it
to this
different?
ending with rook and against queen. Rook d1, check.
Ah, just to
Yes.
take the... Yeah, okay. So this is a good idea.
Maybe this is the only move, I mean, but somehow we need to
But
bring this.
yeah, we are a bit uncoordinated, yes?
I'm scared, of course. I would prefer my rook to be on g5, to tell you the truth, but like
But maybe we can still hold it, yeah? Like this, and rook goes back.
And maybe this position is like, it's a draw.
Maybe. Yeah, yeah.
But you have to make this
Wow.
draw.
Okay. What else?
What else is so? I mean, at least this is what we can see now.
A7 is such an easy... And Nana plays b4.
B4.
Nana plays b4, and I'm afraid it might be losing.
No?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the computer is broken. Maybe we broke it.
Well, it finds, yes.
Yeah, rook b7, right?
Rook b7,
Makes-
yes.
It's all forced.
Now, wait a second. Maybe b3 here.
Yeah, b3, check.
And go here.
Take.
Yes, but and then b2, maybe to at least it's possible now to have different options.
Yeah, but
Something what you talked
what
about.
options do you have now?
Not b2 now. Maybe g3 first.
Not
It could be different because now this move like king e5 is not working.
so
g3, king e5 you don't
G3,
have.
because
B2.
you want b2.
Yes.
And if we go here,
Then king
king
f6.
f6. Ah,
So maybe like this, b3.
beautiful.
It's important to have both pawns.
Yeah, and not push them. Okay, but
Maybe
this
we'll
is
find.
really study-like. Wow.
Exactly. So, but again, you can find it because you just
And
push
if-
pawns.
And if check, then king g5. And here we are in time.
Yeah,
Wow.
it wasn't easy. Yes. So we were trying to find a way, but maybe b3.
Ah, beautiful.
The idea of b2.
Beautiful.
Maybe still it's not correct, but let's
No, it feels correct. So this,
this.
a7, this, and here. So you can start with h3 or b3.
Yeah,
With
b3.
g3 or b3, it doesn't really matter. But now the trick
Queen.
is to
No,
play g3.
yes.
And the point is that this doesn't... No, wait, but this because of b2.
B2, yes,
That's
this is
important.
what I
Okay,
wanted,
so
yes.
that's important.
This is my goal because you explained me that always you have
not
rook a1.
letting us to get there,
now
and
we
here
take
all of
the-
a sudden
the
white
square.
loses, yeah?
White loses? Wow.
So we managed to lose it as for white as well.
So white had to play rook a1.
But look what Zhu played. She played rook e5. But what about g3 now? g3 a7.
It's funny because if rook h5, g2, and then
Yeah.
white rook doesn't have the square on h1.
But yeah, wow. Okay, so rook e5. And now black needs to go here, let's
Yes.
say. And she wants to play a rook a5.
But then g3.
g3,
Ah, yes, we have
a7.
check,
Yeah,
yes.
we have to go something. How do we go?
We can
So
give
we
a check,
check.
as well, yes.
Start
So
with a
king
check.
c7 if we want.
King c7.
No, it's not easy. This ending is just crazy, yes, and many lines.
Not human.
No.
But maybe we can go there. a7.
Give this rook for the pawn and again run. But I like that but this looks like more drawish because the king is more
Yeah?
active, right? So that we established.
I
that
think
it's
it looks more
important.
drawish to you because you've spent too much time on this position.
Yes. So can we jump quickly to
Let's jump to
Olga?
Olga's.
Yes,
Yeah,
because, Actually, we have two exciting games now on both boards.
Both are drawish and both are not easy at all. But look, and Stavroula found exactly what should be done, right?
So she played King E7.
She played King E7.
Wow. I mean, this is
Great.
impressive.
I mean, that's one of the greatest defenses I've ever seen. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, if she makes this draw, she deserves it. She deserves it with all her play. This
Absolutely.
Is like, of course, Olga was winning, perhaps, but it was never like completely clear and easy. Like maybe
fantastic.
in certain points, but not all the time.
Unbelievable fight. And
Yes.
Olga has 6.5 minutes. Okay, let's go back to.
I'm just wondering if we're going to have at least one decisive game today. Yes, let's not forget that this game of Olga is important for the tournament standings. If she wins this game, then Jiner will need just a draw in order to claim the victory in the tournament. But on the other hand, she will tie with Anna Muzychuk. But if Olga makes a draw, then Jiner needs to win this game
So
to get the cup.
anyway, we need some
Yes.
decisive result for Jiner to win the cup, right?
Yes. Either on her board or on the board with Olga. But it seems like this game is still more unclear than the other one.
Absolutely.
So this is what happened, Rook A5, yes?
Yeah, and it feels like it's all forced now, right? So sorry, not here, of course. So black needs to check.
She makes a move. I think it's a check, if I'm not mistaken. Rook D1.
King C7.
King C7, of course, taking control over D8 square, so Rook cannot jump on D8.
And now we
And
need
of course,
to
we
understand.
don't play Rook C1 now, I think.
But actually, you know, just a crazy line. I
Yes.
want to show you something. King, Rook C1, King B7, B3, A7, B2, A8 check, King G7,
No checks.
no checks. And now I want to
Rook
to
B5.
promote, Rook
Yes.
B5 check, take,
King C7 or C6.
King C6, and now I need to bring my Rook, not
Back.
blundering it, yeah? Not here, of course, to
Rook F1.
F1.
Yeah.
Is this a draw? And if it's a draw, it's crazy.
Yeah,
But you don't believe me.
I mean, somehow you need to still bring the rook back, yes? So I'm like trying to find a way to win it, yes? So
But I'm afraid that here are my main problems. So maybe not Rook King B7.
no, we were checking also King E7 with you.
Yeah, but
And we were trying to establish if it's draw
yeah,
or not.
exactly.
So
Are
King
we
C7?
sure?
No,
Are we
we're
sure?
not, but we are trying to pretend that we are. So let's say A7, right?
A7.
Give check. Yes, no, we have to give a check.
Check.
Where do you go? It's important because if you go to the last
Here,
rank,
maybe.
probably here, yes? And then, okay, maybe take.
Take,
But
take,
you're far
take.
away from the pawns. Now for sure, like King E6. I think it should be drawish. H5.
And you push me away, yeah?
Yes, it's a
but then
different
it's-
story.
Yeah.
I mean, I need one pawn, right, to somehow survive. And you just...
Wow. And King E7. Nana played King E7. Unbelievable.
Yes, yes, yes. No, the difference is this king is not so close to the pawns. The white's king is not so close, so black has enough time to give the
And
rook for the
it's
pawn
called
and run.
pushing with the shoulder, right? We
Yes.
push the king away from our pawns.
And I
And
think
the
A7.
A7 on the board.
Yeah, I'm sure Nana can see it.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, like huge battle, and Jiner, we felt that she kind of accepted the fact that this game will finish in the draw. She went for the ending, which was pawn down, and suddenly she was playing for victory all the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
Like
Wow.
how to estimate this ending? Yes, that it's like you have even some chances there. Yeah?
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
was great choice by Jiner, and look how skillfully she's trying to squeeze every chance that she has. We lost our camera on them.
Yes, for the moment, but now we can see them now.
And so check, rook d7 check.
Is played already.
King
Nana knows what she's doing.
c6. So as you said, right, we need to take.
Yeah,
We
so
need to take on a7 and play king e6.
king e6,
pushing-
yes, pushing away
Pushing
this
the king away.
Yeah, it's a draw, but of course Nana is checking it once again because it's a very important moment. You
And
need to,
it's-
actually, she maybe tries to understand where to have this rook. Maybe another possibility would be to give this rook on a8, to play rook d8 without check, but it will be the same. No, there is
Yeah.
a difference. Then some checks from the rook.
From e8, yeah,
No, now
but
she needs to
you
give it
want
now.
to. You want to give it now, yes.
Rook f7 and then king e6, pushing this king
e6.
away. I remember this kind of endings that normally you try with the size which has the rook to go from behind with this king.
Yeah.
It's like you try
Yeah.
to go around
Yeah,
the
but,
black king,
it's
but
too
also
far
there is
away,
a
as
b,
you
and
said,
also you
yeah.
have b pawn. Yes, so let's not forget that at a certain point b pawn will also say a couple of words. So we have to be careful.
So yeah, wow. Let's just go through the motions one more time. So for instance, rook g7.
H5.
We actually, yeah,
Yes,
h5.
But maybe rook g5 then, yes, if you cut.
Rook
Doesn't
g5,
matter,
but
yes.
as you said, now we start saying our words, right? With and now how do we play it?
No, even g3, yes.
Probably g3, yes. With a threat g2 winning the game.
Yeah, because if you play rook g5, now b2.
Exactly. So those pawns are very tricky to stop. So you need to bring your rook down all the way down. And now king e5.
Yes,
Important.
then the
We
king.
keep pushing the king away. And if you run with us, then just even king e4. And then g2. We can play b2. It doesn't really matter to keep the king
Away.
busy, yeah.
King f2 and on
That
till
would be a very, very, very suitable end for this game.
for this game and perhaps for the tournament, because I don't know what's happening on the other board if they're still
Let's
playing.
see. Yeah, let's see at the other board. There's still rook a6. Yeah, nothing changed at all. And let's jump back. And Nana does take on a7, rook a7, and king e6 is on the board. A great defense by Nana as well.
Yes, I mean, suddenly she had to defend, but she managed to switch the modes and finally resisted very well. I mean, it's not easy at all.
Like you spoke with Emil, right? I mean,
Yeah.
there are tournaments. In many tournaments, there could be some sports intrigue, right? Some tournament intrigue, but not all of them can brag with such a high quality of game.
Yes. No, I agree. We enjoyed it so much. I hope you too. All these rounds were full of fight and very beautiful games. Like we couldn't sleep during any of the rounds. You know, there was no way for the nap. Like all the time we had to calculate
Absolutely.
and find interesting lines. No, it was obviously one of the most exciting events we were watching.
Still is.
And still, it's not over. Yes, let's see.
It's never over until it's over. And let's go back to Stavroula against Olga.
She put the rook on
Because
on the
both,
six.
actually, both games, as you said, they are very important for the tournament standings. So, what a fantastic end of the tournament.
So the idea of rook a6 is if you play rook b7, I'm not afraid to go to d6, because if you take on h7, right, I start giving checks. And I take eventually this d5 pawn, and my king is close enough
Yeah, and I can even maybe check
forever.
forever, but
But
yeah,
no, maybe
it's
no need.
No need to.
Mhm.
And it's very different from what could have been, right, had the king been stuck in the corner. So
Exactly.
it's really very hard to break this Philidor position, right? So
But
hard
Olga is still
meaning.
trying.
Yeah, she will try. Of course, without those h pawns, it's a theoretical draw. We just keep the rook on the 6th rank, and once maybe we can show it. Yeah, somehow. It's a bit difficult to show, but
No, but for example, if I will become greedy and like h4,
if
can
you
I
become greedy.
can I take this pawn? Like, what will happen?
No, this is as long as you do not commit.
Because maybe this h pawn will.
Doesn't bother much. But rook king e5 is a better way to try and push, I think. So what do we need to do? Do we play rook a7 now?
Just go back, yes, maybe. Yes, why not?
Oh, she
But then
played
she
rook
goes
h6. Yeah, rook h6 is actually
Rook
a better
h6.
move. Yeah, rook h6 is a better move. And
So now you can
the
give a
point is
check,
that
but-
after a check, we just go. Yeah.
King
So
d8.
it's the same. What's going on?
Yeah, somehow it doesn't
So
want
rook
to land
b7,
on
king
b7.
d8. And now the point is that once we are waiting here with the rook, not letting your king pass cross the 6th rank. And once the pawn goes to d6, we can go back with a rook and start checking. And you cannot hide in front of the pawn. So that's the point.
Could I play king c8 though after rook b7?
Yeah, you probably can.
Yes, and then just take on h. But you need to go back maybe.
That's so taking on h. Yeah, no, you can take on h3 while the king is on e5. Maybe you could go to. You're
C8.
right. You could go to c8 probably. But once you know this setup, why you
Why
don't
even
really
to
need-
bother?
yeah.
Yes, with other
And here,
options.
if we don't play d6, then with the king being on e5, we can take here, because had the king been on c5, then we would lose to king c6, rook h6 check, and d6. So this is how you lose. But here you don't have this luxury of playing king c6, obviously. And if we play king e6, then the check comes from here.
Yeah, but if I play king g6,
Still check.
still check. Yes, king c5.
So, for instance, king d6, check.
and
You go
c5.
to c5, and I'm waiting.
Yeah, yeah. So you don't allow me to.
Exactly.
Get
You
to the sixth
take, and
rank.
I still wait.
Yeah.
And once you play d6, I go back and start checking.
Giving checks. Yes. Yeah. So this one,
Beautiful.
I'm sure Stavroula knows
defense
already.
by Stavroula, but Olga played rook b3 and king d7, and this is how she will hold. So this is how Stavroula holds it. You cannot really make any progress with white. Unbelievable defense by Stavroula. I mean, you cannot say it too many times.
Yes. It will be enough, yes. When we are back to the
And
game, and it's what we
Here
predicted,
it's
yes.
going according to our plan. h5. So let's think if you can force us to here, but again, this pawn is
Running, yes.
too far away from the king. And if
Only white can, I think, lose.
exactly,
Yes,
if you are
have to
not
be calm.
careful, then all of a sudden those pawns can start. So,
No, objectively it's a draw, but still, like,
but maybe
can
it's time
overpush.
for white to think about how to make sure you don't lose by mistake. And it's easy to do, of course. So you can check and grab this pawn and come back.
do you think you have time to come back?
I don't know. I was
Go
hoping
here, for
you-
example, king c4, like.
No,
if we
not
try-
with the king. No,
Ah,
not with
okay.
the king.
That's important. Yes. So I thought you mean with the king, and I'm
No.
like, are you sure? I will just promote my
I
pawn.
meant with
With the
like
rook,
that,
yes.
and then here.
Rook
go
b1.
Here,
And king f4, yes.
king f4.
G3.
G3, and I wait.
And okay, you just wait, yes. So the idea is if h1, you just take it.
H1 I take, and if king f2, then I win.
But it's a good point that you have to come back with the rook, yes. No, king should be close to these 2 pawns because. Okay, king d3.
King d3. She's still trying, but I would play king f3.
And king
Maybe
g2.
it's wrong. And on check, king g2, yes.
If I try something like rook h7.
Maybe not king g2 then, yeah? Let's think. Maybe we have a better way to play. So king d3,
Maybe even.
king f3. But you have maybe
Even immediately, yes?
here you have this. But then g3.
Here it's like different story because the king is.
g2.
Yeah, but so first check.
Where?
I like this check. Rook f6 first, or what it was. Rook f7. Before.
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 Yeah, but then king g3.
And if rook h7?
h4.
H4, yes.
And if king e2,
There's still some.
so we need to establish, so this.
I take on h5, b2,
You take on h5, b2, rook,
b5,
b5,
g3.
g3 you take. There is, I think there is a nice draw. King h1.
Yep.
King f3,
yes, and
g2.
this is nice stalemate idea, yes. Also nice finish of the game.
I'm not sure it's the best way to make the draw.
Yes, but
Nana played king f3, a very natural move. And
we established
so,
after rook
so you
f7
said
you prefer king
check?
g3, yes?
I'm not sure anymore. So maybe,
So now you found this idea.
maybe
with h1.
king h2, king
Here.
g2,
b3, yes, or something like.
b3,
But here it's like less tempo.
b2,
g3.
g3.
So it's the same, yes?
It's even better because,
better because
you're
the
not
king is
your
far.
king is far away.
What did you
Rook
do?
f7
Rook f7 check,
is on
yes.
the board. Just a quick jump. Yeah, nothing is changing there.
And I have a feeling that all 5 games will finish in a draw, which means that Anna Muzychuk and Jiner will tie for the first place. We'll share the points, we'll share the prizes, but glory, as Emil says, and the cup might go to Anna's hand, because in case of all draws, it was established that Anna has a better tiebreak.
Yeah. But the games are still going on. King e2. So Zhu played king e2. She doesn't go for h7. But it's interesting what is going on if we play h4 here. What's the plan? To play rook f4, yes? But Nana plays b3. Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah, very well. Well played. And now, if the rook goes here, then we have
Then
the
just
time to
h4 and
h4.
yes, h3.
And it's kind of a yo-yo, right?
I would say even h3, no? Or
H3?
Yes.
h3?
Yep.
Yes.
Take h2. You have to check, yes. This is important, yes.
So this I'm not sure.
Yes.
Maybe yes. Maybe still.
And
Yeah,
h2.
because you need this and h2, threatening this one.
In g2 and it's like stalemate.
But and if here, then this.
Maybe it's some kind of checkmate ideas. No. No, I go back.
You go back.
But it's nice how you can still use b2, b1, rook h1, yes? Oh no. No, players, they know what they're doing. And
Yeah, unlike your commentators.
no, I mean,
Rook f2 check.
Rook have to check. Okay,
King G1.
She continues.
Where do you go?
I think Rook f1. Maybe they will just repeat, no?
Possibly. Unless black wants to play for a win. Yeah, but then king goes to f1. This is a way to. This is how you lose, right? So if the king goes to f1, then
Yeah, then it's not
then
so
it's
simple.
losing. So Nana needs to, and she will of course play king g1. But Nana has less than 30 seconds.
Ah, really? So she plays with 30 seconds. Okay, this is a chance for her opponent. Of course, she would have preferred to...
King h1.
Yeah, king
by
h1. The idea is to play g3, g2, g1. So white needs to do something about it, right? Right?
Yeah, king h1. King h1.
I feel
is-
that it's gonna finish with repetition right now. Yeah, but Jiner also checks the clock. What about her? Okay,
Oh, she has
enough.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yes.
More than enough. Yeah.
I guess she knows what will happen. I don't know if she checked the game between Stavroula and Badelka
I'm not
to
sure.
find out.
It's
But she told us before. Remember, in her interview, she explained that normally she doesn't pay attention to what's happening
Exactly,
around her.
exactly.
That she tries to be concentrated on her game, which is kind of important.
But let's play.
Yep. No, I thought even something like. Could you play rook f? Ah, no, the g2 will be yes.
And this is maybe the only way for white to make a draw, right?
You are trying to find
Because-
a way, yes, how to.
Because
lose
if not,
this.
then b2 and
With
h3, yes?
and then
Or just h3.
h3 and g2.
Wow, fantastic, fantastic games. And Olga against Stavroula. So Olga sacrificed the pawn.
Yeah, she needs to do it at least.
Yeah, she
use
needs
every,
to try
every
at least,
chance,
but
yes.
again, with the king in front of the pawn, you have absolutely no chances. And especially that white's king is now cut off.
Yeah, she can just keep giving checks, I think.
And I think
no?
this, yeah, then
And
they
the
agree.
handshake,
Wow,
Yes. Just on time to catch this handshake.
bravo for both players.
We can see that Olga doesn't look really happy about
Yeah,
the result.
obviously,
She
but
obviously
that's an
understands.
amazing game and
But
incredible
fight.
defensive effort by Stavroula.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something helps you. Yes, if you have birthday, like you don't want to spoil this day for yourself. So she really was playing with such a huge resistance. I mean, it felt like the game will collapse a long time ago, but she kept playing, finding the only moves not to collapse immediately, and she kind of managed to survive. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, hats off, really. And
Hats off.
so officially, the last game of the tournament is Jiner against Nana Dzagnidze, and Nana has been playing those long end games.
Yes, all this tournament, yes. But I feel now that she knows what's going on.
Yeah,
It's
And-
clear. I mean, can you still lose this one?
I can for
black?
sure.
Yes,
Don't underestimate my powers.
yes, of course. I mean, but I feel like we played 5 games today with you. Like, you know, like it's the end of the tournament, and we are also like a little bit.
Yeah.
We are getting a bit tired. Yes.
Just
Imagine about what players how they feel now. Yes. Wow.
Yeah, it's much more difficult for the players, of course. So you could try maybe to play it with like that for white.
H4 or what? Or B2? I don't know.
Probably all
Okay,
of them.
let's H4.
But h4, what did I want to do? I wanted to play this.
Oh.
But even h3, yes.
Yes, and H2, something what we
H2.
discovered with you.
And king f2, b2.
No checkmate?
No, this loses. You see?
Ah, nice.
You see, I managed to lose.
B1
b1.
and checkmate. No, but this is crazy.
And you
yes.
questioned if I can lose. I can lose. But this is beautiful.
Yeah, because we were checking this line before, but to find this rook before,
So
easy to miss, huh?
it's possible. You need to do some cooperative chess, but
Yeah, I think she
Why
needs
not?
to play something like rook f5, you know, to give some chances.
now let's lose for white. Like that. Right? Now
So yes, it's just
white loses.
actually
You
yes.
see, we
You
can do
give a
it-
check,
we
you
can do
take the
it
pawn,
with the other
but
side.
then each pawn is running.
Exactly. We're not in time.
So this is a position for 3 results. We
But
established
the more likely one is, of course, a draw.
it's a draw, but yeah, I mean still.
But you need
things
to
can
you
go
need to
wrong.
calculate. So this is how you calculate all those lines, right? So this you go there. What's the safest way to play? So b2, yeah, we said.
Maybe b2, yes, but so now I'm
And
threatening.
now
You
go
go
here and
like g3, yes.
g3. Ah, but now white needs to just take first
But it's check, yes. So king g1,
and go back.
g2.
G2 and take,
Take.
and it's a draw, right? Oh no, it's
No,
not
it's
a
a
draw.
king of 3,
King
yes.
H,
And
king,
I'm like
king H1.
king
is a draw,
H1.
yeah.
Because it was a pin.
That's a draw as well, actually.
Ah, yes? Ah,
Yeah.
yes, you established it. King h1, rook h2. Oh, no, I mean,
It's also a
Crazy.
nice way to make a draw,
Yes.
yeah.
this is crazy, yes, but beautiful.
But as you can see, I mean, it's not that only we are struggling. The players are calculating very hard because you might know that it's a draw. You might think that it's a draw, but you need to calculate it very precisely because, as we have shown, right, there are so many ways to go wrong.
Exactly. Like Emilio was speaking about the very high quality of the games. What was your favorite game in this tournament?
Oh, I have too many to name. Of course, the ending of the game between Jiner and Divya was
yes, this
fantastic.
was my favorite. Yes, of course, I like.
Unfortunately,
I like it, yes.
my favorite part stayed behind the scenes, but well, Anna's game against Elisabeth was fantastic. Also, I loved the way. No, there are really too many. And
Yes.
today's games, those last two games.
Even
were
though perhaps the result will be drawish, but still full of fight. What about viewers? I mean, you can also write your favorite games if you remember, if you were with us all these days and still remember who played against whom and like what happened. Please write your favorite games in this
What was
tournament.
yours?
Yeah, I mean, Jiner, of course.
Juniors,
No,
yeah,
this
yeah.
one was the brightest,
That's
I
the
think,
highlight. Yeah.
game in the tournament.
Zhu plays King E3. She playing
Actually-
with fire a little bit.
Yeah, but King E3 is fun that you actually keep an eye on B pawn. If you play B2, I can take it, yes?
Yes,
But can I play just G3?
yes, I think.
And
Immediately played
G3,
by
yes.
Nana, yeah?
what happens?
Rook F5.
Rook F5.
But
Even H4, you mean?
H4, yeah. Then probably Rook H5. What does she
I mean,
want
some
to
even H3 here, no?
do?
No, you're on time, yes, to come back. Yes, I was thinking that maybe when I can win. No, B2 is better, yes.
B2, check. King,
Same.
King not
G1.
G2, G1.
G1, Rook
Here,
B4, G2,
G2.
and we came to similar positions.
Yes, and now we can choose.
King
we
H2,
can
King
play
H1, yes.
either one of them. Yeah.
King F1. It's better not to play King F1. Rook B1 checkmate, yes. So, just for the record.
And but Nana is surprised, and she has 19 seconds. What did she play? She played H4, did she?
I think so, but we'll
Yeah, it
see.
doesn't doesn't
She
change
played. I mean,
much.
this
yeah,
is
but
this is
H4
logical.
very
Even you
logical.
keep some chances if your
And,
opponent will be too
if,
optimistic.
Rook H5, we can so maybe even play King G1 here. Yes, and
Mm-hmm.
G2.
What if she plays now, like, I don't know what, King E2,
King E2, then B2.
then B2, yes. So,
And you lost, I think.
yes,
all of a sudden.
lost.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is how you lose. But
This
it
is
took me
how you
some
lose.
time to
But
understand
actually,
this.
how do you make it draw here even? Okay, but Nana doesn't
Nana
play
played
for a
B2.
win. She played B2. And now check, king G1, rook B4 forced, G2, rook B2, and she will play probably king H1.
Yes.
And it's already, G2
seems
is
like-
on the board, it's, yeah.
And Olga is still playing or what?
No,
No,
they
yes, sorry,
finished.
they finished. I'm sorry. You can see that I forgot even what happened 5 minutes ago. Wow. I mean, I didn't see the result. Wow.
What a fantastic tournament.
Yes, it was. Yes, I agree. Absolutely, yes. We had lots of fun with Alik here. Hope you also were having lots of fun with us. We really hope so, because like we tried at least to show this tournament in a bit, just try to make human moves, check human lines. Yes, not to be too crazy about like. We were ready to do some mistakes, and during
More
our
than ready.
yes, we are always ready to do so, but just to show the human side of the game, right?
Yeah.
Because it's always easy to see what computer tells you, but we try to avoid it as much as possible in order to use our brains.
And at this point, what's left of it?
Exactly. Yes.
And
So
what a fantastic end for this fantastic tournament. Look at Naked Kings.
yes, but again, King F1 was a mistake, Rook B1, so you had to go on H1, and this is what Nana, of course, did. And the game eventually finished in a draw, which means, according to what we know, that we have a tie for the first play. We also have a tie for the third place, but to give us a few seconds to show the whole table and be ready to check the overall standings in the tournament. Now we see that players are signing the score sheets. The tournament has officially finished with this game after 10 days of play. Yes.
Yes.
Do we have the table to check what's going on?
Well, but
we remember.
We
Yes,
remembered,
we
yeah.
remember, yes.
So Anna and Jiner, Anna Muzychuk and Jiner tied for first. Is this official that Anna is number one?
I think so, yes. This is what we know from the chief arbiter, who predicted all results, by the way. Yes, he said, like, in case of all draws, Anna is going to be
first, yeah?
the winner. Our congratulations, of course, to Ukrainian player.
Great, great performance by Anna. She overcame a very painful loss against Olga Badelka 3 rounds ago.
And of course deserved to win this tournament, and same for Jiner. I mean, she shares points and also prize money together with Anna. It's a tie for the first place. Only the cup goes to Anna at this moment because of the tie break. So place number 3, right? We have a tie again.
Is tie 3-5 between Goryachkina, Dronavalli, and Muzychuk Mariya.
Yeah, so I guess Goryachkina should be happy with the outcome of this event. She keeps leading position in the overall standings of Grand Prix series, and we'll watch last 2 events from home.
She will be very...
Yes. But it's quite comfortable position right now. It's really hard, even as Emilia also said, it's really hard practically to catch her, and I mean to get better result. Right?
For 2 players to overtake her, it will be extremely difficult, but it's still possible. So the only 2 players who can theoretically do that is Jiner and Anna Muzychuk.
I would also say that maybe Alina Kashlinskaya, if she plays 2 more events. I know that she's going to play in India, and she won 1 event and got 130 points. So in case if she gets a chance to play in Austria, then she might have some chance. But it's still unclear. We will see what will happen later. Yes. So Now that we are kind of finishing our broadcast, I would like to thank the organizers, the sponsors of this event. I mean, it was really beautiful event, and conditions were also absolutely excellent, I think, for all of us. And of course, Alik, thank you for staying here for all these hours. We were trying together to understand what's going on every board of this event, and I think we had a lot of fun and enjoyed a lot to our conversations and like the moves of the players. And of course, we hope that viewers also enjoyed all this time with us too.
Absolutely, I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you, Nastya, and thanks to our fantastic broadcast team.
Exactly. Yes.
You're the best.
Thank you, guys. Yes, so everybody is sending regards also to the viewers, and we hope that you are ready to, in 3 weeks, to come back to FIDE channels and check Women Grand Prix tournament in India, followed by the event in Austria in a couple of months. So many events are ahead.
Fantastic.
I will jump to Grand Chess Tour events as well, and then Norway Chess is coming. So big plans we have.
So if you follow Anastasiya, you will not miss the
Yes.
best events.
See, we also we have really nice calendar, and I think it's a really great time for chess fans that you can follow many events, you can visit them. So all the best of luck, and see you during the next events.
Bye.